Welcome to the West Coast Kart Club out at the Greg Moore Raceway in Chilliwack, BC. We're championship race number 8 on the season. We're looking to get going here pretty quick. We're going to start off with the LO206 Briggs Heavy Group 1 pre-finals. Here it's a beautiful day in Chilliwack, BC, 17 degrees, a little cloud cover, no rain, please no rain. And we're just finishing up with the kids' carts out there. And we're looking to head on to the Briggs Heavy LO206. According to my sheet here, in the pole position is number 8, Andrew Pryor. In the second spot, number 11, Gary Smith. Number 3 is 16, Patrick Klein. Number 4 is number 37, Guatem Aurora Jr. Number 5, Hartley McDonald. Number 6, Tim Silk. Number 7, spot 7, 97, Alex Chilliwack. Spot 8, 155, Owen Duncan. Spot 9, number 6, Dave Eburn. And number 10, 223, Bobby Paul. You see them getting ready there, getting all sorted out. As they get prepared to get going on the track here. So here at the Greg Moore Raceway, we're going opposite direction. So the turns numbered labeled out there 1 to 12 are actually backwards today. 12 being the first turn and 1 being the last turn. Been watching them with the qualifying this morning, and these guys move, that's for sure. Oh. All right, we got some corrections here. On the pole position is number 97, Alex Chilliwack, and then Gary Smith is in the number 2 spot. Okay, perfect. Perfect. There we go. All right, got some updated here. So number 97 in the pole position, number 11, number 2, the second spot. Number 223 in the third position, and 94 in the fourth. Coming in at the 5th spot is number 16, and then 6 is number 8. 7th is number 6, and 8th is 155, with 9th being number 75, car number 75, and in the 10th spot is number 37. All right, got that all figured out. You see them here. Well, that matches up to what I see here on the screen as they get ready to go. And I think the initial lap, they do a warm-up lap, and then they will get going. You get the cars going. Ready to go here. These are the pre-finals. The finals will be starting at 2:30 this afternoon. So for the next 2.5 hours, we're going to be doing some pre-finals and getting prepared to go. My name is Matt Macri. I'm with For the Win Media, presenting this here for you today. West Coast Kart Club Championship race number 8. And they're heading off onto the track. And I get out there, and they're a little warm up, get the tires out, get the tires warmed up. And they head around the first turn into what they call the light bulb here. I just learned that this morning. It's kind of shaped like a light bulb. And they're just a warm up lap here. That was the pole position, number 97, Alex Chilliwack. To come around the final corner and start rolling down here. I think they're maybe going another lap here. Nope, they're gone. They're off to the races. So we get Chilliwack in the lead with a best lap of 1:10. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not just yet. They slow down here. Yep, and they get lined up. Get the track warmed up, get their tires warmed up, and they get lined up here in front of us. Number 97 in the pole position, number 11 in the second spot, 23 in the third spot, 223 in the third spot, 94 in the fourth spot, 16 and 8 the 5-6 spot, and then 6 and 155, 7, 8, 9, 10 is 75 and 37. As they get rolling, and they're off. It seems to start off pretty slow here. They're staying in line. They go around corner 10 into a corner 11 there. Yep, corner 12 down along the front stretch. And they're going. Gary Smith, number 11, has moved up to the top of the charts here, followed by Alex Chilliwack, number 97, and then Tim Silk, number 94, right behind him. Not much of a gap in between them, about a second or 1/10 of a second. As the first and second, the pole position in the second spot, jockeying for first and second there at the beginning. Number 11. Still got the best spot, the best time going here. The 0.177 of a second gap between the two of them. Right on his heels. He brings it down. He's coming along the front stretch here one more time. And they're just flying out there. You got a little bit of change in the 4, 5, 6 spot. A little bumping around 7 and 8 as well. But Gary Smith, number 11, is still out in the lead. Number 97, Alex Chilliwack, right behind him with number 94, Tim Silk, trailing by about 2 seconds. Oh, no, 0.671 of a second. The number 4 spot's a good 2 seconds behind. You see the three of them gathered up really closely here. They're kind of keeping together as they come along here on the far side of the track. Number 11's there with number 97 right on his tail, and number 94 just a step behind. And they were about 450 left in the race, plus 1 lap. So I think they're going to get feisty here towards the end, that's for sure. Right now they're just pacing themselves. And like I said, they're a good 3 seconds ahead of the next car behind them, who is number 223, Bobby Paul, followed by number 8, Andrew Pryor, and number 16, Mark Klein.
Gotcha. Okay, so keep stuff on me for stuff right now. Yes. Go.
This is the semifinal, or the pre-finals. So these guys here, I think, are just jockeying for position for in the finals. Tim Silk has fallen off a bit. He's 0.809 of a second behind Alex Chilliwack, who is only 0.090 behind Gary Smith for the first spot overall. Got 3.5 minutes left, plus 1 lap. As the time runs out, they do 1 more lap after that. And they're tight. The 1-2 spot are right tight on each other. And Tim Silk coming in third there. Oh, just for Chilliwack Nixon move. Oh, he kind of moved to the outside there like he was going to try and get around him. But they're just holding on together there. Number 11 and number 97 in the 1-2 spot. And here we go. Alex Chilliwack gets up beside him. Now they're side by side as they come back through the front raceway here. They head into the first couple of turns into the light bulb. And Chilliwack has stepped up and has taken the lead. Gary Smith is just behind him. Now they've swapped spots, and Tim Silk still in the number 3 spot. A bit of a step behind, 0.880 behind the leader. And we're down to about 2 minutes left in this race, plus 1 lap. He gets around the corner there and mid lane, and there Gary Smith is getting up beside him one more time, but Alex Chilliwack stays ahead of him, and there Gary Smith gives a little bump. He gets some momentum going there. Chilliwack drops in behind, comes underneath. No room to move there. Gary Smith takes the lead one more time. Alex Chilliwack on the inside gets back up beside him, and they're neck and neck. Minute 40 left in the race here, and they're just jockey position. Chilliwack's back out in front again. Smith is right on him, and they trade spots one more time, but here comes Tim Silk. He's right back in the mix now, and he almost got underneath Chilliwack on that last corner. And they're neck and neck. Great job by Gary Smith to hold the front line there. Make sure no one can get around him. Driving nice and tight. Chilliwack kind of gets out to the side. Tim Silk is right there as they come roaring in. Now we got number 223 Bobby Paul in the 4th spot, number 8 Andrew Pryor in the 5th spot, and number 16 Patrick Klein in the 6th spot. After that's 155 Owen Duncan, number 37 Guatem Aurora, and number 6 Dave Eburn, with 75 Hartley McDonald bringing up the rear. And Gary Smith's holding that line. We're down to 24 seconds left in this race. This is where it's going to get really tight, folks, as they both pick up the pace just a little bit. We got a best lap of 101.478. And this is the heavy pre-final, LO206 heavy pre-final. Gary Smith still got the lead. Number 75, they're right behind number 75, who's in the 11th spot. And Gary Smith gets just behind Alex Chilliwack, who's taken the lead. And as we come into our last lap here, Alex Chilliwack's got the lead. Gary Smith in number 2, and Tim Silk in number 3. Very tight going around the light bulb here. Getting around that turn. Number 4 on the straightaway. Gary Smith trailing just by a hair on Alex Chilliwack, who gets around turn number 6. And there's a little bit of fighting there, getting around those corners. Chilliwack keeps the lead. Gary Smith gets back out in front on that turn there as they go the mid race. They get back around turn number 10. Gary Smith's out in front. Chilliwack is coming up behind him hard. And it's going to come down to a final here in the front. It's going to be super tight as they come into the last turn there, and the two of them neck and neck, and it's Smith over Chilliwack with Tim Silk bringing up the number 3 spot. Bobby Paul at number 4, Andrew Pryor at number 5. Oh, we're not there yet, Ed. There's a battle going on between Pryor and Klein here for 5 and 6. And yep, I think we finished up 5. Yep. 5 is Andrew Pryor. Number 6 is Patrick Klein. Number 7, Guatem Aurora. Number 8, Owen Duncan. And then Dave Eburn in the 9 spot. Hartley McDonald in the number 10 spot. There you go, folks. There's your heavy pre-final, LO206 heavy pre-final. Number 11, number 97, and number 94. 1, 2, 3. And then next up, we got our senior LO206 going. We got a lot more people in this race here. The pole position is number 2, Emily Priddle, and with number 336, Grayson Thorpe Double in the 2 spot. Sean Michelle Jones, number 69 in the 3 spot. 341, Toby Lean in the 4 spot. In the 5 spot is Silas Martin, and then the 6 spot is Race Malmkiss. Nathaniel Pryor, number 93 in the 7 spot. Number 7, Grayson Bell in the 8 spot. Number 19, Dylan Waskew in the 10 spot. In the 9 spot, yep, 7-10. And then in the 10 spot is Kalis Martin, 317. Number in the 11 spot, Caden Martins, 226. In the 12 spot, Serdan Trobic, 315. In the 13 spot, Jack Erickson. 14 spot is Teagle McNeil, number 6. 25th spot is number 13, Leah Day. Number 20 in the 16 spot is Andrew Jaffrey. And then the 17 spot is Sachin Tumolari, 711. There they get their warm-up track going here. Their warm-up lap going. As they come around for the warm-up lap, they've got a little bit of change of position here. But they're going to get them out here and lined up.
I thought they were doing
I do believe it'll be number 2, Emily Priddle, in the pole position to start this off. She slid down to 4 here in the warm-up track, but I don't know if that, I don't think that matters once they line up and they get going. They'll all kind of maneuver around a little bit. Number 93, Nathaniel Pryor, is up in the 1 spot here in the warm-up track. As they come around the back turn there and the back straightaway. They're all just kind of getting ready, jockeying for position. And they get down here into the last straightaway, get themselves all lined up. Oh, number 93 is in the front spot there. Number 69 in the second spot. Is that 07, I think, on the far car there? Yep, 07, Grayson Bell in the 3 spot. Number 2, Emily Priddle in the 4 spot. And then can't get all the numbers behind them. Bit of an obstruction there in my way, but 17 of them in this race here, all lined up, ready to go. And this is the senior heavy, the Briggs Senior LO 206, group number 2 in the pre-finals here, getting ready to roar. And there they go. They're off. An 8-minute race here, plus 1 lap. As they head around the first corner. Just got to getting everybody all sorted out here. Number 93, Nathaniel Pryor, is in the lead. They get out around the first turn there. Turn number 6. Pryor still holding the lead. Followed tightly by number 69, Sean Michelle Jones. And number 7, Grayson Bell. Now, if you're watching this and I'm murdering someone's last name, I do apologize. They did not give me phonetic spellings, so I'm just hooked on phonics here. There we go. First lap's done. In the number 1 spot, number 93, Nathaniel Pryor, the best lap of 105.482. He's got a .162 gap on Sean Michelle Jones. Grayson Bell's behind them with a .331 differential. And Emily Priddle's in number 4 spot. They're all pretty tight still. The front 4 have moved up and then into a group of their own. And then you see that the next group is about 6 people here before you get a gap. So it's number 5 is Xylis Martin. Number 6 is Dylan Wasilku. Number 7, Grayson Thorpe Double. Number 8, Race Malmkist. And number 9, Caden Martins are all in a grouping there. Kalis Martins is right behind them as well. But once again, we got the front 4 ready to go. And we got some changes at the top. Sean Michelle Jones, it gets out in front. And Grayson Bell right behind him. Nathaniel Pryor with Grayson Thorpe Double. And the Emily Priddle has dropped back. She is in the number 5 spot. So the top four there grouped up at the front. You got number 69, number 7, number 93, and 336. Followed closely by number 2 and 710. I got some more movement going on. 336 making an outside move. Gets up into the number 2 spot. A little bit of jockeying at the front with number 69 and number 7. The front, there's 6 of them now. They're really tight. Emily Priddle's right in there too. Grayson Thorpe Double, who are the 1-2, the pole in the number 2 spot, are all really tight. It's coming around into the light bulb on the outside corner. Swinging back up through the middle here. And number 69 still holding the lead. Number 7, Grayson Bell, hot on his tail. Number 336, Grayson Thorpe Double, pulled into the 3rd spot. And number 93, Nathaniel Pryor, in the 4 spot. The next group is not too far behind them. Yeah, the top 6 are got it tight here. Best lap right now is, we're tied 1:00.406 for Sean Michelle Jones and Grayson Bell, 69 and 7. They put a bit of a gap in front of number 336, Grayson Thorpe Double, just pulled into the lead. Got in front of number 69. We got about 3 minutes left in the race here. And Grayson Thorpe Double made his move early. Gets out into the lead and putting some distance between them. As he come down the final stretch here, he's got some space. He's moving along, and he gets across 1:00.1, followed up by Sean Michelle Jones at 1:00.406. It's a 0.389 gap that he's putting on them right now. Grayson Thorpe Double in the lead, followed by Sean Michelle Jones, number 69, and then number 93, Nathaniel Pryor. And then a whole bunch of them are nice and tight right behind him. And you see them going across the middle line there. Grayson Thorpe Double in control of this race with 1:56 left. Bringing it across the front stretch here. Everybody's nice and tight. And, the last lap, minute 0.223. He's got a 0.177 lead on Sean Michelle Jones. We got 2, 4, 6, 8. There's about 8 cars that are really tight together there. All the way down to number 9. The number 9 spot, 315. And 341 and 317 are right there, trailing closely. This is going to come down to that last lap. And I think you're going to see everybody jockey in position here. Minute 3 left in the race. Thorpe Double is able to keep the front spot, not by much though. There's some jockeying for position happening already. He's got his lead went down to 0.082. So Sean Michelle Jones is just right behind them. Going across the middle. Really tight. There's a good grouping going on there. Grayson Thorpe double still holding on to the lead. Not putting any pace between them, that's for sure. But he's still fighting his way through there. Number in the 4 spot, 710 Dylan Wasserq is really pushing there. And here we go. That's it. This is the last lap, and they're gonna battle. Grayson Bell and Emily Priddle dropped down to the 7-8 spot respectively as Kalis Martin and Toby Lean jumped up to the 5-6. Grayson Thorpe double still in the lead. As they get around the light bulb, he gets around the outside edge to up that corner. Still holding on to it. Grayson Thorpe double. Hold on to first spot. Sean Michelle Jones is right on his tail. Nathaniel Pryor in the number 3 spot with 710 Dylan Wasserq dropping off just a bit. Here they come down to the final stretch. And this is where it has to happen. And it does. Grayson Thorpe double takes the race in the pre-final. Jean-Michel Jones is number 2. Nathaniel Pryor is number 3. Car number 710, Dylan Wasserq, is number 4. Toby Lean is number 5. Kalis Martin, number 6. Grayson Bell, number 7. Emily Priddle, number 8. Serjan Dubrovic is number 9. Race Melmakis is number 10. Andy Jaffrey is number 11. Xylis Martin, number 12. Tegan McNeil, number 13. Sachin Tumulari is number 14. Caden Martin's 15. Jack Erickson is 16. And Leah Day is in the 17th spot. There you go, folks. That is the Briggs Senior LO 206 pre-final. Oh. Which one? Okay.
Hours getting cut off. There were 1,700. You go to the next one.
All right, here we go with the LO 206 Junior pre-final. In the pole position is 199 Colton Thorpe double. In the 2 spot is 329 William Wark. The number 3 spot is Roberto Carrasco, car number 88. In the 4 spot, 235 Holden Newington. In the number 5 spot, Tristano Deruti. Number 6 spot is Nicholas Tanner, the car number 19. Car 13, Ray Hobbs, is in the 7th spot. Car 42, Tegan Klein, is in the 8th spot. The 9th spot is Griffin McFadden. The 10th spot is James Clifford. The 11th spot is Caden Samhan. And the 12th spot is Aiden Bailey. They're out there for their warm-up lap. Kind of just jockeying for position. 199 Colton Thorpe double in the top spot. And they're going to go for another little warm-up lap here, get around the track. As the flagmen get out on the track here to get them all lined up. Our last race, Grayson Thorpe double won the race, and then this one it's Colton Thorpe double in the pole position. just going to go out on a limb here and think they're related. All right, this is the LO206 Junior Pre-Final. Getting all loaded up there with the number 199 Colton Thorpe double in the pole position. 329 William Wark in number 2 spot. In the 3 spot is 88 Roberto Carrasco. In the 4 spot is Holden Newington, number 235. In the 5th spot is Tristano Derudi. And in the 6th spot, Nicholas Tanner. 7th spot is number 13, Ray Hobbs. 8th spot is number 42, Tegan Klein. Number 9 spot is 21, Griffin McFadden. 10th spot is number 11, James Clifford. The 11th spot is 45, Caden Samhan. And the 12th spot is number 4, Aiden Bailey. And they're off. As they get going here out of the gate, they're going to do their first lap. Position staying kind of the same here. Thorpe double, followed by William Wark. Right away, number 88, Roberto Carrasco in the 3 spot. They're all just kind of jockeying for position here on their first lap. So we made a pretty big move there. Didn't catch the number of that one. But he's into the 3 spot right away. Number 6, Tristano Derudi, out of the 5 spot, jumped up to the 3 spot right away. Wark and Thorpe double are jockeying in the 1-2 spot. As they finish the first minute of this race. Oh, and somebody went off the track at the far end. And I'm not sure who do we lose there. Number 19, Nicholas Tanner, went off the track and into the padding. Hopefully he got out of the car and he was walking away, so it looks like he was okay. Now we got number 199. Dropped into 2nd place, and 329 William Wark got out in front of him. And number 6, Tristano Derudi, right behind him. Wark's taking over 1st spot, but Thorpe double is battling to try and get it back here. And they're a little bit of contact, it looks like, on the outside edge there. So Thorpe double gets out into the front spot. They've got a yellow flag. I think they're just slowing things down because of the crash there. Thorpe double got back into the front. Holden Newington in the 5 spot actually put up the best lap there, 102.088. But he's still sitting in the number 5 spot. Thorpe doubles back in front. Him and William Wark are fighting, and it looks like number 6, Tristan Driotti, is in the 3 spot, coming on strong. I'll get going along the back edge there. 199. Going Thorpe double. Followed up by number 326, William Wark, as they come around the outside edge. Holden Newington moving up to the 4 spot. Thorpe double holding the lead here. We got number 5, Roberto Carrasco. Thorpe double and Work are jockeying for position still. Rudy right behind them. Looked like he was going to try and make a move there, but fell back into line, and he's still holding on right on his tail. They are right tight with back to back. Coming around the outside edge here, down along the front. 1, 2, 3, 199, 329, and number 6. We got 3:38 left in this race, plus 1 lap. Thorpe Double gave up the first spot for a little bit there, but he took it back quickly, and he's holding on tight here. Great job of pulling the corners tight with Work right on his tail, and Drudy trying to get out around him, but just not having any luck with it. They've definitely separated from the pack. We got in the 4 spot, Holden Newington is valiantly trying to hold on there, but he's at least a second behind at this point. A second, 1.604 behind. The gap is 1.293. And Thorpe Double still holding on to the lead here. 2.5 minutes left in this race. Thorpe, Work, and Rudy are neck and neck. Really close. They've separated from the rest of the pack. Newington, a second, 0.293 behind them. And I think number 6, Drayuti, is dropping off a bit himself. Thorpe Double and Work are battling for the first spot here. And as they come down the straightaway here, it's Thorpe Double just in the lead by a hair. 0.046 of a second. He's just flying as they head into the light bulb. 135 left in this race. Thorpe Double got a bit of a step on them. Not a lot, but he's got a bit of a step. And there you go. Work closes that gap. He's right on his tail. And number 6, Tristano Drayuti, is right there as well. Come around the far side. Flying along into the final kind of couple of curves here. Got the big turn. Come along the straightaway. 47 seconds left. This is going to be their second to last lap. Colton Thorpe Double, his best lap is 101.166. He's in the lead with William Warwick, 101.163. His best lap right behind him. The last lap was 101.299 and 101.309. But it's a 0.056 gap between 1 and 2. Drayuti is 0.174 behind Work and Thorpe Double. Oh, and look at that. Work got out ahead of Thorpe Double, and Drayuti's pulled up right tight on his tail. As they get into the final curve here, the time is up on the timer. It's going to be one more lap, and they're going to battle for first, second, and third. And it is super tight here, folks. Super tight. And Thorpe Double makes his move to get to the outside and get himself out ahead. But Work still has a touch of a lead. Thorpe Double gets into the turn. He gets out in front. He can't seem to go. There he goes. He gets himself out in front as they head into the light bulb in the back end here, or the front end. Get into turn number 5. Thorpe Double is in the lead. He's regained the lead. Work is just a hair behind him. And they're getting turn number 6, still fighting across the middle track. Here we go. Couple of loops here. And they're flying back to the other direction. Thorpe double, Work, and Drayuti. 1, 2, 3. Little battling, little touching on the sideline. Yeah, Thorpe double's giving him the hand. And Drayuti's gotten out in front while they were bumping each other around. Number 6, Tristano Drayuti, gets out in the front. And he's given the peace sign as he comes down the front. And he puts himself in the number 1 spot. Colton Thorpe double right behind him, and followed up by William Work. So there's your 1, 2, 3. Holden Newington in the 4 spot. Ritter Carrasco, car number 88, in the 5 spot. Car number 13, Ray Hobbs, in the 6 spot. Car number 21, Griffin McFadden, in the 7 spot. Car number 42, Tegan Klein, in the 8 spot. Car number 11, James Clifford, in the 9 spot. Car number 4, Aiden Bailey, in the 10 spot. And we got the final 2 cars still to come across the line here. And it's going to be Gaden Samhan and Nicholas Tanner, 11, 12 respectively. So there we go. After a tight race that Thorpe double led most of, William Work stole the lead a couple of times. They got in a little bit of collision trouble, and Drayuti was able to sneak ahead at the very end there and take the number 1 spot in the LO206 Junior pre-final. And now we're loading up here for the Tag Masters Heavy. So I think this is number 19. All right, so we got in the pole position here is number 84, Jamie Pickles. Number 2, or in the 2 spot, number 23, Marcus Erickson. 3 spot, 215, Andy Jaffray. 4 spot is 007, Todd Martin. 5th spot is 671, Franco Cagnina. 6th spot is number 3, Robert Jukes. 7th spot is 40, Helmet Bull. 8th spot is number 9, Daniel Jabilo. Number 9 spot is 44, Neil Thong. 10th spot is number 11, Josh Turner. And the 11th spot is number 538, Daniel Monterio. And this is the Tag Masters pre-final as they get out there for their warm-up lap. Tag Masters Heavy. So I think this is going to be our last race, folks, before the lunch break. As we get out there. And these are I'm just looking at the age category here. It's a 32 plus age category. Drivers that are under 32 years of age may compete with a body weight over 220 pounds. Drivers between the ages of 16 and 21 will have additional 10-pound minimum weight across all engines in both classes. All right. And now they get out there with their warm-up lap done here. Number 84, Jamie Pickles. And number 2, Marcus Erickson in the 1-2 spot. Car number 23. They're just kind of warming up their tires, getting ready to go. Still about 17 degrees outside, overcast. No rain as of yet, though, which is nice. Oh, it's 18 degrees. Wind gusts of 4 kilometers per hour. So, forecast is sun or rain. So, being the Lower Mainland, that's how it always kind of happens. Could have sun, could have rain, could have both at the same time. All right. Here we go. We're getting into position here as they come down the straightaway. And they're rolling in there. Oh, no, they're doing another lap. They got me excited there for a second. But I guess they had 2 laps to get the tires warmed up. You know, these are the plus over 32 years of age in the heavy cars. These guys here are serious racers. I was watching the qualifying earlier. This was probably the most fun to watch. This one here. Number 84, Jamie Pickles. Number 23, Marcus Ericsson. Number 215, Andy Jaffray. 007, Todd Martin. 671, Franco Cagnina. Number 3, Robert Jukes. Number 40, Helmut Bull. Number 9, Daniel Jabilo. Number 44, Neil Thom. Number 11, Josh Turner. And number 538, Daniel Monterio. And they're off to the races. They just finished their first lap. And it's Jamie Pickles, followed by Marcus Ericsson and number 215, Andy Jaffray. Bit of a gap after that where Franco Cagnina, number 671, is right behind it. Has 007 Todd Martin right behind him. Pickles has a good gap out there. Ericsson's not too far behind him, and Jaffray's tailing by a little bit more, but they're just getting warmed up here. They're just getting started. These guys are flying. And it's pretty tight out there. He's got a 0.325 gap over Marcus Ericsson, and Jaffray's following Ericsson by a 0.284 gap. So 0.5 of a second, quite the spacing for between 1 and 3 here. It's about the most spacing we've seen all day so far. And Pickles holding on to the lead. We've got that's weird. I wonder who that is. We have one of the transponders here has just come up as a TX10875187. I don't think that's anybody's name. Whoa.
Elon Musk's kid.
Yeah, it's probably Elon Musk's kid. No, but we got 12 registering and only 11 racers, so I don't think that's an actual somebody has a second transponder on their car. There we go. Pickles is still out in the front. Ericsson right behind him, with Jaffray bringing up the rear by not by much. And they get along the back stretch there. Turned around. Straightaway, Ericsson is right on Pickles' tail. Come around one of the last two curves here, the last curve. Swing around to the front. Down the front straightaway. Pickles gets up further back out in front. He kind of just gets that gap at the end there on the straightaway. A 283 gap over Ericsson, with Jaffray 0.159 behind Ericsson. After Jaffray, we got 007 Todd Martin, 671 Franco Cagnina, 538 Daniel Monterio, number 3 Robert Jukes, number 10 Helmut Bull, number 9 Daniel Jabilo, number 44 Neil Thom, and then number 11 Josh Turner, bringing up the rear. Not much change in the top spot. We got Jamie Pickles still out by quite a bit there. Marcus Ericsson right behind him. and Andy Joffrey. Yep. It's a 399 gap at this point as they come around this the last back stretch there into the S curve. Pickles still holding on. Gets around the last corner and into the stretch, and he puts some more space in between them. Wow, gap of 0.546 on that last lap there. 2.5 minutes left in the race. Todd Martin's a good 3 seconds behind Andy Joffrey in the 3 spot. So it's really down to these top 3 racers here, how they're going to do. And like I said, Pickles has put a bit more distance between him and Ericsson, and Joffrey's got even more distance back on that. And Pickles comes flying around that corner along the back stretch. Ericsson right behind him, followed by Joffrey. Big gap before we hit Todd Martin. 007 and 671 Frank Cagnina not too far behind him. Daniel of Ontario isn't too far behind Cagnina either. But the big talk is Jamie Pickles just running away with it here. He's way out in front. A minute and a half left in this race, plus 1 lap. And Pickles gets around the back corner there. He's along the back stretch, comes into the S curve here. And we got it down to our last minute in this race. Pickles is out in the lead with a 0.375 lead over number 2 spot. And number 2's got a 0.610 over number 3. So there's some spacing going on out here. Not as tight as the last couple of races we had, but man, they're moving. Todd Martin in number 4. Number 5 is Franco Cagnina. Number 6 is Daniel Monterio. Number 7 is number 3, Robert Jukes. In the 8 spot is number 40, Helmut Bull. In the 9 spot is number 9, Daniel Jabilo. Number 44 is in the 10 spot, Neil Thom. And number 11, Josh Turner, bringing up the rear in the 11 spot. There you go. That's it. The time is up. It's going to be plus 1 lap. 2 laps. 2 laps. We got 2 laps to go here. And we got Pickles is way out in front still. 0.417 gap between him and number 2. And 0.594 on Joffrey behind Ericsson. Pickles gets down the back stretch there. Still out in the lead. Putting some distance between them. Gets in that final S curve. Spins around and down the front stretch. This is going to be the final lap here as he takes off. Last lap with a 0.518 gap between him and the number 2 spot, Marcus Ericsson, which is huge. Oh, someone went off the track on the far side but brought it back on. That was kind of epic. Oh. I didn't catch what number it was, but that was some good driving, that's for sure. And here we go. Pickles is out in the middle lap there, going around turn number 4. He's got some distance between him and Ericsson. Gets around turn number 3. Just a flying. Comes into turn 2, which is that S curve, which is, he hits perfectly, gets along to the front, and he is in at first place, followed by Marcus Ericsson, Andy Joffrey in number 3. Todd Martin comes in at number 4, 007. 671, Franco Cagnina. And number 6, 538, Daniel Montero are in 5 and 6. Number 7 is number 3, Robert Jukes. In the 8 spot, we've got Daniel Jabilo. 9 spot is number 40, Helmut Bull. 10 spot is Neil Thom. An untitled racer there. And then number 11, Josh Turner, comes in the number 12 spot. There we go, folks. That is the Tag Masters Heavyweight Division. That was a lot of fun to watch. Jamie Pickles got a big lead to start and did not give it up. Marcus Ericsson with a .632 gap behind him to end the race. And Andy Jaffrey, .271 behind Ericsson. 1, 2, 3, number 84, Jamie Pickles. Number 23, Marcus Ericsson. Number 215, Andy Jaffrey. And that's the race, folks. So, according to my roster, he is going to be the kid karts racing while they're doing lunch. And I think I will be back. We'll be back on in half an hour.
It's just kid cart. They do, yeah, sorry, club.
no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times
Okay, welcome into the Greg Moore Raceway here in Chilliwack. It's Ryan Zaitzoff calling the races this afternoon. We're just about set for race number 2, the LO 206 Cadet Pre-Final. On pole, Tyler Chan in the number 20. Sebastian Moore rounding out the front row, number 44. Max Green in third. In the second row, Braden Fry in fourth. And then William Wark, who is picking up the rear here as the 5 drivers for the Cadet Pre-Final just went past us here and into the light bulb section at Greg Moore, and we are just about set for the afternoon races here. We have a set of 5 pre-finals, and then the finals for all of the divisions coming up just after 2:30 p.m. Ryan Zaitzoff once again along with the crew for the Win Media behind the scenes here. All the excitement going on back here, and first time for me out here at Greg Moore Raceway, and I'm absolutely blown away by how big and how fast these karts are. Watching these karts go by, even the smaller type of karts, but my goodness me, it's an exciting event at least, and looking forward to calling a little bit of race action here for me is. I'm usually behind the microphone with my colleague Ian Wilson doing Chilliwack Jets Junior A hockey here, but this is something completely different, and we're excited to get going here as 5 drivers just about set here to get underway. Sebastian Moore, Tyler Chan, and away we go here for the first race of the afternoon, a 12-minute race. If you're just tuning in here, we do have timed races, and after the 12 minutes is up, as you see on the screen, there will be 1 lap left, and we are underway here as Tyler Chan, who has taken the lead here from Sebastian Moore, as we go down into the light bulb area here onto the back stretch, as they will come back into view here for the main grandstand, and into the middle section here down in front of us as they're going to come down into the final couple of turns. They are going to turn right here, swing around down one stretch, and then back along the back area here at Greg Moore. And the first lap as Tyler Chan continues to lead through our first lap of the afternoon. As here they come down the start-finish pit straight. Tyler Chan leads us away. Sebastian Moore right in behind him here. And we're finally over the line here. 104.2 for Sebastian Moore. And 3/10 back is Tyler Chan. Max Green just behind him, so about 3/10 separating everybody. Braden Fry a little bit behind, 5/10 behind as we start lap number 2 here. So looks like there's going to be a little bit of a battle going on here, but it looks like they've just settled in as Moore and Chan are battling away here as through that first lap, a fairly decent-sized lead for Sebastian Moore. But we have a long ways to go here, and when you get into the 2 and 3/10 here, it's a long ways back for these karts. But things can change in an instant here, especially with we've seen a few things this morning with a couple of mistakes that do happen here. So keep your eyes glued here as we're just about set to finish lap number 2. Sebastian Moore over the line with a 101.3 through that first or through that second lap. Tyler Chan actually nearly 2/10 better, so just over a tenth separating the top 2 here. Max Green's dropped back over a second here, so it is a 2-horse race as we start the third lap here. 9.5 minutes to go in the first race of the afternoon. It is the Group 5 Tag Cadet Junior LO 206 class, the pre-finals, as we look forward to the finals later on this afternoon, as the 2 top competitors of this 4-horse race has just come onto the back stretch here. They are going to do one more turn here as they come down off of turn 12 and swing it around and down the pit straight Sebastian Moore has now taken that lead, and Moore comes across, and he is still being able to be out front here of Tyler Chan, as only about 8/100ths of a second separate the two here. So this is going to come down to a decent amount of just jockeying for position here, as not anybody's looking to get out ahead. These two here just trying to stay with each other, trying to help each other along, and continue to increase that gap, as we now sit at a gap of 1.6 seconds to the third place Max Green as it stands here at the moment, as the number 44 Sebastian Moore and Tyler Chan just about to finish the back straight here, and they are about to come in and swing themselves into the pit straight here, as we are just under 8 minutes left. Sebastian Moore leads over the line by Tyler Chan, just over a 10th and a half. So, as we said, it's a long ways to go here with the four racers, but it is going to, you'd imagine it would close up here. Max Green is closing a little bit, as he's managed to make up about a 10th on them, but still a little ways back here, as Moore leads Tyler Chan, Max Green, and Braden Fry, who finds himself just over 4 seconds off the pace at the back of this field. Sebastian Moore just turning himself into the back straight here, as they will come down to, I believe, turn 11. So just learning the track here, layout as they come down, swing themselves around, and here they come down the pit straight, as coming up on 6:50 to go as they cross that line once again. As if you're just joining us here, the cadet pre-final, as long as all the other races that are out here, as you see the time on the screen, once that time hits 0, the racers will be given one more lap after the timing expires here, and that's how we will be racing for the rest of the afternoon. 18 degrees here in Chilliwack at Greg Moore Raceway. Looked like it may have a few spots of rain that were reported this morning, but so far so good, as far as none of the wet stuff here is. You know that if you're a fan of racing at any level, rain becomes a whole other situation when it comes to racing, and a bunch of considerations that have to be involved. But so far, so good. No precipitation in the forecast, as the racers are about to come down here towards the start-finish area here. Under 6 minutes to go. Sebastian Moore continues to lead. Last lap is 1:01.0, and Tyler Chan, who has settled in behind at a 1:01.1, so he's just a 10th back, as Tyler Chan does hold the best lap here so far at a 1 minute 0.8. So there's not been a lot of difference here. There's only been about 3/10 difference between the two racers as far as their best laps go here. So as we do see Max Green, who has started to close the gap here a little bit, close another 3/10, as he has started to perhaps reel in the top two here, who have been squabbling pretty much the entire race here, as Sebastian Moore continues to lead Tyler Chan. Braden Fry has dropped back here, just about 6 seconds back, as we have the four racers out on track. Through the start-finish area here once again, Moore continues to lead, and as we talk about the best lap so far, Sebastian Moore puts in a 1 minute 0.7, and that is the fastest lap on track so far. Tyler Chan, though, who is right on top of him, put in a last lap of 1 minute 0.746, so only 4/100ths back. And the gap right now is sitting at just over a 10th and a half. As I said, with the timing here, it's just going to be a matter of setting up that last lap and trying to get as close as we can. And as I saw in the earlier stages of the races before the lunchtime break, it is a mad dash to the finish here once we get everybody all bunched up, as Sebastian Moore continues to lead here. As Tyler Chan looking on the outside. He had a look, but he will settle in behind him and up over the line. And Moore continues to lead here as Tyler Chan, who is having a look, especially around turn 11 and 12, it looked like. But he still just settling in behind here. And the ability for them to run as close as they possibly can to each other sure makes it exciting watching this thing live as they continue to battle away here and have picked up almost a second and a half over that last lap. So they have left Max Green behind in the third place, position as it were right now. But Tyler Chan still sitting about a tenth and a half back here and really hasn't moved over that last lap. Had a look here, and he's about to enter that final two-corner section where he had a look last time, trying to do something in a move here, and now we're getting what I believe. Let's have a look here. 2.5 minutes to go. So just conferring here on the other end is Sebastian Moore really in a dead heat here with Tyler Chen as they come over the line and into the Sebastian Moore just trying to lead Tyler Chan as Chan trying to have a look around the outside here. And yes, we are indeed on a final lap here, so we have a shortened race to start off this afternoon, and so there is going to be a two-man race here. Sebastian Moore trying to hold on here at the end. Moore across here looking for Chan, who's not going to be able to catch him here, or is he? He come down to the line here. It is going to be Sebastian Moore who is able to hold off Tyler Chan here at the very end, as we did have a shortened race here as the white flag came out to signal one lap left. So we didn't get the timing that we did expect there, but boy, did we have a very, very tight race there at the end as Tyler Chan comes in second place. Sebastian Moore wins by 7/100ths of a second. So Sebastian Moore finishes there in the gold medal position. Tyler Chan in second, and Max Green picks up the third place position, finishing second and a half back. Braden Fry picks up the fourth out of the four positions here in the first race of the afternoon. We'll be back in just a minute here as we set up the Group 6 Tag Senior here at the Greg Moore Raceway. All right, here we go again. So Group 6, Tag Senior. The grid sets up like this. It's Tanner Bowman who's going to be on pole. Toby Lean rounds off row 1. Andre Tarnatskin, who will be row 2, along with Derek Wang. Ian Perry and Dougray Mozart will be on row 3. Leo Lynn and Igor Trobovich will be on row 4. Juliana De Navona and Jacob Markowitz will be row 5, and Luca Lyra and Sean Glover will be in row 6. So we have, as my rudimentary map goes, 12 carts ready to go here for the Group 6 Tag Senior pre-final. And as we had with the last one here, we do expect a 12-minute race plus 1 lap. So have a almost double the carts out there since the from the first one. So as they come screaming down here in front of us, as we will have the Tag Senior pre-final, and then the final will come up for this division later this afternoon. As The group will make themselves back along the backstretch towards the light bulb area. And now we'll come out in front of us here. You are seeing numbers actually on the racetrack here as you see 6 and 7 there in the shots. So we are doing the reverse track layout. So the numbers are usually helpful, but we're going the opposite direction here as you will see the racers now form up. So what you're going to wind up seeing here is they will all slow down here and go side by side as we expect us to go green and racing here just shortly. Again, a beautiful overcast day here in Chilliwack. And it's going to be a fun event as we bring this weekend to a close. Tanner Bowman, Toby Lean on the front row here. It's Andrei Tarnaskin who's in third position. Derek Wang rounds out the top 4. And here we go as we are set to go racing as they're going to hit the acceleration line. And off they go into turn 1. Tanner Bowman leads into turn 1 as they disappear out of our eyesight here. And we pick it up on the broadcast as Tanner Bowman through the light bulb area and down towards the backstretch here as the field gets strung out here a little bit. Toby Lean is currently behind him. Derek Wang round out the top 3. Tanner Bowman leading the field away here as we just have a look. And just over a second separating these carts to start with here. So big gaps building at least as we pick up speed as these carts go on and the speeds get faster. As Bowman leads the group down the stretch, the BBR karting team has a 53.7 is our first lap indicator for our race leader. Toby Lean in a 54.0 and Derek Wang a 54.2. So just about a second separating everybody here so far. Just looking down the field here. Dougray Mostart, Ian Perry, Leo Lynn rounding out the top 7. Tanner Bowman, who has built a very generous gap here as he continues to pull away from the field here as he's about to come down into the final 2 corners and on to the pit straight. Right down in front of us here and over that line. Continues to build that lead. 1.3 seconds ahead. So the it looks like the field has stabilized here a little bit. Is Tanner Bowman a 52.2 over that last lap. Toby Lean a 52.6. So is a generous helping of distance between the first place here in this particular pre-final. As we look down the order here a little bit, Derek Wang sits with a 52.7 on his last lap, so he's hanging in there as well. As Tanner Bowman just about to come down into the final 2 corners here at Greg Moore Raceway and on to the start-finish straight as he comes over the line and continues to build a 52.1, and he's still accelerating away from Toby Lean at a 52.6 on that particular last lap there. So 1.7 seconds now separates the top 2. Derek Wang, who is about 2 tenths back as well in the final podium position here. Really congested, though, through that midfield as you've got Taraskin, Perry, Mostert, and Lynn all within about a second and a half of each other. As Tanner Bowman, who has checked out here so far with 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go, +1. And we do have an incident at the very back of the field here. As I just have a look, we have 2 carts that are off the track. And we do have a full course yellow out here, so we will most likely have racers slowing down here, as it's Igor Trubovic who's in. Just having a look to see who the other number was. I didn't catch them here, but they will continue racing, but we do have yellows actually out, and we're going to see the teams go through here. As the yellow, we have one of the racers going across the track here. As here they come at full speed through here. Now the yellow is waved. And the carts will continue on here, so we have two of them out at this particular point. As Tanner Bowman continues to lead the pack here, as it's a one-man race for the number one position in this particular heat. As we go over the line, Bowman now almost a 3-second lead here, but the battle for second and third is still there. Toby Lean, Derek Wang, just about 2/10 are separating them for the top three positions here in this particular race. So it looks like it's Luca Lyra and Julia Dianova who collided there at the back of the pack. Everybody is up and okay, and they've managed to get to one of the marshal positions here as the leader, Tanner Bowman, just passes them where that incident happened now. So everybody's up and okay, and we will continue on here. So the just having a look at where the races are occurring at this particular point. Toby Lean continues to battle with Derek Wang as they're about to come down that stretch. Tanner Bowman continues his torrid pace of 51.7 on that last lap. That is almost 7/10 better than the next fastest car. So there is some distance building. As we said, nearly 4 seconds the gap. Looks like Tanner Bowman has checked out, and if he's able to keep it on the racetrack, looks like he is going to pick up maximum points here in the Tag Senior pre-final. The races at the back end, there is a very good race for second and third. Toby Lean, Derek Wang, and then on the even the fourth place position, trying to pick up some podium spots is car 355, Andrei Taraskin. Number 5 is the 44 cart of Ian Peary. And they're all separated by just under 9/10 of a second as we are under 2 minutes left here. As Tanner Bowman finally stops with the... there's Derek Wang, actually, as we just talked about Tanner Bowman, but Derek Wang finally passes Toby Lean, and so does Taraskin, who is now into third position here. So there's a little bit of movement there on the back end, and now we have a really good race here for second and third. As wondering if Toby Lean, something happened down that last part of that start-finish straight, because he has dropped off. He's almost a second and a half back here of the two kart racers in front of him as we come up on 1 minute to go here. The way it is going, we're probably going to get at least 2 more laps, maybe 3 more laps here. Tanner Bowman, who has, again, as we've said, checked out so far, almost a 5-second gap as he's building here. Derek Wang, who is battling for the second position here with Taraskin as they come around the light bulb area here, as we're just having a look at the two racers battling here, down for second and third. That is where the race is going to be. Derek Wang out in front, being pursued there by Taraskin. Wang onto the back stretch here as Tanner Bowman continues on to his particular final lap, it looks like. So we will get 1 more lap after this. So there's 2 laps left, this one and then the final one, as the clock will now tick to 0. 2 laps left, and the focus right now is the battle for second and third. Derek Wang, Andrei Taraskin, as we're about 3/10 between those two particular karts here. Tanner Bowman a 51.8 in his last lap, and Derek Wang still about 4/10 back, so he's still building even after this entire race. It has been a fantastic race for the number 11 car, Tanner Bowman here. all by himself, but we will focus here as we do have the race between Wang and Tarnaskin. Derek Wang out there in front as he will come down the start-finish straight, and here comes Tanner Bowman. He just comes by us, so he's on his final lap. This is the white flag final lap of this race, the Group 6 Tag Senior here at the Greg Moore Raceway. As looks like that these the two for second and third, Wang and Tarnaskin, are about 3/10 behind each other as we start that final lap. There is a little bit of a gap building there as Wang just trying to hold off. Tarnaskin is still able just to hold it onto the road here, but looks like that Derek Wang is going to pick up that particular second place finish. We just watch him here in front of us. But it is Tanner Bowman who is going to come across the finish line here as he comes down the start-finish straight. Tanner Bowman wins the Group 6 Tag Senior here, and it is going to be Derek Wang, I believe, who is going to come across here, and he does come up with the second place finish, and the final place is Andre Taraskin, who picks up the final podium spot. Leo Lynn and Toby Lean round out the top 5. So that was fun. This is Tanner Bowman really dominated from start to finish there, and there was really no sort of jeopardy as far as the number 1 spot goes, but a really good race between the number 8 card of Derek Wang and number 355 Andre Taraskin that gave us a bit of a show there at the end of the Tag Senior pre-final. So just having a look here at the carts that we're just getting pulled up to and will be taken up by the racecourse officials here. As Luca Lyra and Julia Dianova were involved in an incident towards the back stretch here. So there will be a little bit of a pause here while we get a little bit of a recovery, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes here with the next pre-finals, Group 7 Tag Junior, coming up here from Greg Moore Raceway. Back in a minute.
There's not too much of the graphic blocking camera one. Go.
Okay, Tag Junior pre-final as we just have a look at the racers coming out of the prep area here. We'll go through on pole, Andrew Bench, who comes in here on pole. Holden Newington is second. Mateo Pai is third coming in here. Tegan Klein is fourth. Sebastian Moisic is going to be number 5. Mason Bemster is number 6. Arjun Gill, number 7. Leon Shomowski is number 8. Carson Chung is number 9. Mio Erickson, number 10. Evan Lee and Jack Harbridge will round out the top 12 of 12 racers here at the Greg Moore Raceway, the final meet here of the season. It's a pretty extraordinary place. Like I says, I've been in Chilliwack many years, sort of thing. The first time out here today, and says I'm got a new respect for how fast these guys go. It's something that be an interesting thing to be on board at one thing, and unfortunately for me, being the size I am at nearly 6'8", it probably we need 2 carts to be put together for me to be able to fit into those things. So. But watching these guys at ground level has been really impressive here so far today, and we'll continue here as we got the Group 7 Tag Juniors, followed by the Shifters, and that'll be a top-end, top-speed race. Make sure you stay tuned for those, because those guys will leave some serious rubber on the roads here. As we have a top 3 of Andrew Betch, Holden Newington, and Mateo Pai that will take us over the line as we form up. So you will watch the racers here now form up. This will be a rolling start. You will see them come onto the start-finish straight. There will be an acceleration line that they will hit, and once they hit that line, they are free, and we are about to go racing here in the junior pre-final. As Andrew Bench will lead them over the line here as we pick them up, and you'll see them as they'll start to come into the lanes here, the yellow lanes, and we're about to hit that acceleration line, and here we go. The tag finals underway. Andrew Bench leads them over the line. Holden Newington, Mateo Pai, and there is big contact in behind there. Just picked it up as it is out of our eyesight here, so we'll continue on here, but there is contact at the back. I don't see who wound up taking the brunt of that impact, but there's at least a couple carts off the road as Andrew Bench continues to lead here. Just having a look here on the back end, and that is cart number 236. That is Holden Newington, who wound up taking the lead there from Andrew Bench. So Holden Newington is currently leading down the back stretch here as they come out into the final couple of turns and on to the home stretch. Newington leads them across the line here for the first race, and it wound up being Holden Newington, Mateo Pai, Tegan Klein wound up taking the thing, and Andrew Bench, who was on pole, looks like he was involved in that contact there. So our pole sitter in this pre-final looks like he is managed to get going here at least, but is at the back of this pack here as Holden Newington puts it a 52-2. Check that, 52-6 over the line here to start as he continues to lead. Mateo Pai looks like that he's now taking the lead here as we're just having a look, just trying to get who's got who and what's going on here as they come down that final 2 turns and on to this front straight here. And that is going to be Mateo Pai, who's going to lead them across the line. And right down in front of us here, Mateo Pai continues to lead. Last lap, 54-4. 8/10 back is Holden Newington, who's managed to hold on to that second place. And there is a 1/10.5 between those top two. Tegan Klein back about 3/10 back of that. And Leon Shalmalski, who's just about a second back, rounds out the top 4 in the number 3 cart. They come down here in front of us as they come back around, and they're going to go into the wide right-hand turn as they continue towards the back straight here. Mateo Pai with 5.5 minutes to go here in this particular pre-final as they battle away with Holden Newington and Tegan Klein. On to the final 2 corners, and now down this front stretch here and up over the line as Tegan Klein continues his pursuit here. He now holds the fastest lap of this particular heat, a 52.7, and he is closing the gap very well here. Top 3 are separated by just over 3.5 tenths of a second, and they go into the light bulb area down there towards our right. Thank goodness for the camera people here at For the Win, because this track is absolutely massive, and some of this stuff's out of our eyesight here. So appreciate the excellent camera work here today, boys and girls, because this is being able to keep what's going on straight and able to describe this for people. As we have the top 3 now, we're going to come down towards the start-finish straight here. It is cart number 208. Mateo Pai continues to lead here as he comes across the start-finish line, a 52.8. Holden Newington, a 52.862. So basically a dead heat in that last particular lap. The top 3 separated by 0.2 tenths of a second. So there is a fairly big gap back to the 4th place cart of Leon Shamosky. Mason Bemster, who is next in line, rounds out the top 5, about 1.5 seconds back. So we have a pretty good top 3 here, and they are setting up for the final 4 minutes of this race. Mateo Pai Newington, Tegan Klein, as they been able to separate themselves a little bit from the rest of the field. They're about 9 tenths between Klein and the 4th place cart, as the top 3 now come on to the start-finish straight here. And as he did in the last few laps, Mateo Pai continues to lead here as he takes back the fastest lap of 52.5. And boy, oh boy, he is flying currently and starting to build perhaps a little bit of a gap, almost 2 tenths. And Tegan Klein's dropped back a little bit here as the 3rd place kart racer, as he continues to occupy that 3rd position. We have a fairly congested midfield as well. Shamowski leads in the number 3 cart. He's in 4th place. Mason Bemster is about a tenth and a half back, and Arjun Gill is about a tenth and a half back of them. So there is racing going on. We have about the top 3, then the middle 3. Both the top 6 racers are all separated, all within about a tenth or 2 of a second of each other here. So it's going to be an excellent last 3 minutes here at Greg Moore. And down towards the start-finish area, Mateo Pai's got Holden Newington, who's basically right on his bumper, 6/100ths back at this particular point in time. Tegan Klein, who has now pulled that gap down to under 3 tenths of a second. So he's getting a little closer, but Holden Newington and Mateo Pai are basically sharing each other's cart at this particular point as they come around this towards our start-finish area here, headed towards the back stretch. Mateo Pai driving himself on here. And now the separation begins perhaps a little bit more here. As you look, maybe Holden Newington probably trying to have a look into turn 1 to see if he's going to be able to do something with it to maybe get past here. As here they come one more time down the start-finish straight. Pai continues to lead into turn 1 here. Nothing's going to happen. Oh, Mateo Pai got sideways there for just a second here. Probably under control because I'm a rookie doing this, but my goodness me, at the top speeds that they're going at, it is impressive one way or the other. Under a tenth of a second, Newington continuing to hold the line here as he's going to try to set up a grandstand finish here in this Tag Junior pre-final. 5 tenths finds Tegan Klein. He is back, so he's dropped off a little bit here. But as you see here on the screen, that gap is starting to slowly come down one more time. And here we go. Let's see what happens this time round. Is Newington going to be able to do something with it? Got a good exit there, though. And it's going to be Pai across that start-finish straight. He's good, but here comes Newington into turn 1. Good line there, though, by Mateo Pai as he continues to lead here by just under 7/100ths of a second. Tegan Klein, that fastest lap of this heat here so far, 52.479. So he's starting to perhaps make a charge here towards the very end. 25 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. I am going to guess here, based on the pace, we are going to see 2 laps after this one here. As Mateo Pai continues to lead. He has built a little bit of a gap here. I'm going to expect probably a 10th and a half, so he's basically doubled it here. But Holden Newington, by the time he gets to turn 1, over the last couple of laps, has really shortened the gap here. Now a 2.5 tenths lead. So Mateo Pai's really starting to perhaps put the foot through the floor here, just trying to hang in there, as we do have officially 2 laps remaining here. A fantastic Tag Junior pre-final. Top 3 separated by 0.5 of a second. Pai into the middle straight here as they come down here in front of us and disappear. His Pai is just all over the curbs here, but he continues on. No problem at all. About 3/4 separating the top 3. We also have the midfield of Arjun Gill, Bemster, and Sebastian Demoisek, who's about 0.3 behind each other. And now there's got 1 lap left as here come the top 3. And the way it has been the entire time through the last, the majority of this race, Mateo Pai with a lead of 8/100ths of a second. Tegan Klein, 0.3 back. So he hasn't really made any inroads here so far. And the 3 racers will come out of the light bulb area here as they bunch up, and there is going to be an opportunity here. Here comes Holden Newington trying to go around. He makes contact on the that stretch area here, but here they come down that backstretch. They're going to take 1 left-hand turn down the very backstretch here at Greg Moore. They've got 3 corners to go, and here comes Mateo Pai, Holden Newington, Tegan Klein as they come around the backstretch, and here they come down the start-finish straight. The finish comes through, and it's going to wind up being Mateo Pai winds up taking that particular heat. Just 8/100ths of a second separating him and Holden Newington. Tegan Klein rounds out the top 3 here. The Tag Junior pre-final. That was fantastic racing here. And boy, oh boy, not much as far as the way of lead changes go, but we'll take that. That's a whole bunch of excitement we'll take for a pre-final here. Final is Mateo Pai. He winds up winning. Holden Newington picks up podium position number 2. Tegan Klein, podium position number 3, Arjun Gill, and Mason Bemster round out our top 5 of the Tag Junior pre-final. And away we go, the Race 10 Shifter pre-final. Grayson Thorpe double, David Schwarn, Jamie Pickles in the number 98 cart, Oliver Stone in the 86 cart, Daniel Montero in cart number 738, Robbie Arthur in cart number 335 starting 6th, Arthur Lee starting cart number 68 starting 7th. And Frank Stokovac, who is the club vice president, who is in this particular race, he starts 8th. We have Arthur Lee, who's membership director, actually just mentioned him, and he's actually on row 4. Those two starting beside each other. Bruce Baldo, Robert Jukes, Cart number 3 and Patrick Klein round out our 11 drivers here. As just getting passed along great news, so I appreciate to the production crew here. Thanks, guys. As we have a look here as we get set for the shifter pre-final, as they will come around for their second formation lap, and we will get an 8-minute pre-final here as Carson Thorpe double with a pole time here. Just had a look as he wound up with a pole time 51.0, and then so 2/10 back was David Shorn, and that's where the top two. So with only 2/10 separating the shifter class here as we get to the pre-final. So just as a reminder here for people who are just joining in, so we do have pre-final. So we have a final coming up here later this afternoon of all these classes. These are the grids that how they finish here in the pre-finals is how they set themselves up for the finals. So this is very important for everybody to make sure that they've got their best racing opportunity here to set themselves up for success later in the day here in the final. As everybody's formed up, we're going to get to the acceleration line here, and we are just about set to go racing, and away we go. Grayson Thorpe double down to turn 1 here, and he is going to lead the pack as David Shorn's in behind of Jamie Pickles, picks up 3rd place. Daniel Montero, Oliver Stone, who is rounding out the top 5. Frank Stovic, who's vice president of the Chilliwack, or the club here, he sits in 7th place. As back they go to the front of the pack here, as that is. We continue on down this front, or down that backstretch here, as that is Grayson Thorpe double, who is just coming out into the final 2 turns here before the pit straight. He's being pursued there by David Shorn as he comes across the line here, and the top 2 carts are away. First lap of 53.1, so those times continue to tumble here as the carts get quicker. 4/10 difference here, so Grayson Thorpe double has separated himself and David Shorn. Jamie Pickles, who's about 8/10 back here, and they continue to, for the most part, all the way down the field here, have held the line. There hasn't been a lot of position changes here so far as we continue on towards the end of the second lap. As we come down here towards the start-finish straight, Grayson Thorpe double with a 51.3. He's 6/10 better than David Shorn as they will lead the pack here into turn number 2. Reverse here, reverse course at the Greg Moore Raceway. And as we have a look, as they're going to come down here in front of us onto the mid-straight, and there is a fairly big gap forming here as Thorpe double continues on his way. David Shorn 6/10 back. Oliver Stone in the 3rd and final podium position in this particular heat, 1.7 seconds back of Thorpe double. Let's come down the final 2 corners here as we're on to the start-finish straight, and right down in front of us, Grayson Thorpe double continues his particular gap as he's 8/10 back, 2.1 seconds as Oliver Stone continues to try to hold on to that 3rd place position. He's being pursued now by Jamie Pickles, who is not that far back now, but 4/10 back. So they continue through here, and we'll come on to the mid-straight as they come down in front of us. Grayson Thorpe double. He's got a fairly healthy lead over David Shorn. Oliver Stone just trying to hold on there for the 3rd position as the pack gets strung out here a little bit, as don't have a lot as far as the gaps we've seen They've been pretty minute and small for the most part down the last few races, but this one has gotten strung out, as we've said. And Grayson Thorpe double on that particular lap gained almost a second on David Shorn. So he is flying here currently. David Shorn 1.8 seconds back there. And Oliver Stone continue just trying to hold on. Grayson Thorpe double with a 51.2 on that particular last lap, and he has just been setting purple laps all over the place as far as this particular heat goes. We have 4 minutes left, plus 1 lap left here of the shifter pre-final here at the Greg Moore Raceway, Chilliwack, British Columbia. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Been an exciting amount of races, and we have the final couple of pre-finals and then the final races coming this afternoon as they come over the start-finish straight here. And that gap continues to build as Grayson Thorpe double now 2.4 seconds back. So it's 8/10 almost. He's gained David Shorn almost 2 seconds in 2 laps. So he's checked out of this race here a little bit as David Shorn and Oliver Stone, as that's where the race is going to be for second and third at this particular point in time. 5/10 between the two of them as they battling away here a little bit. When you look at it in real time here, there doesn't seem to be a lot of a gap there, but that's where the race is at this particular point. Oliver Stone, who started in fourth, he started in third, or he moved up one place to third. Jamie Pickles has dropped to fourth. Down the order here a little bit. Just having a look here as rest of the field sort of strings out here a little bit. Jamie Pickles, Daniel Montero, Arthur Lee, Robbie Arthur, Robert Jukes, Bruce Baldo, Patrick Klein, and Frank Stokovac, who is at the back of this particular field here as we come up on 2:20 to go here. Continuing is Grayson Thorpe double, a 51.3 in his last lap. David Shorn, as just for comparison, a 51.7, so still losing time to Grayson Thorpe double, who has led from pole all the way here so far as he comes down this start-finish straight and over the line. And it looks to wind up being David Shorn, who's 2.3 seconds back at this particular point. So there's still 7/10 between Shorn and Oliver Stone as we now pick up those two here as the battle continues. David Shorn is Oliver Stone just trying to hold on here with just under 90 seconds left in this particular heat. On to the mid-straight as they come down here in front of us. They'll swing around to the right. Down towards the back end of the straight here at the Greg Moore Raceway. Grayson Thorpe double continues to check out as he looks like he has extended his lead even further, but the battle is going to be still, it looks like, David Shorn and Oliver Stone. As there goes Grayson Thorpe double here in front of us. Right after him, David Shorn puts in a 51.4. Oliver Stone a 51.7, so the gap is increasing for Shorn as he looks like he is going to lock down the second place here in this particular heat. We have 50 seconds left on this particular final, this heat, and then we'll have 1 lap further here. So the way they're going, it looks like we may have 2 laps left here, although the way Grayson Thorpe double continues here, actually it looks like he's going to get across the start-finish straight before that time runs out, so we will have 2 more laps. So all he's got to do is hold it on the road here at this particular point in time, but he's had a lot of success so far this racing season, and that continues here as he comes down here in front of us onto the start-finish straight and over the line. And he's built just about a 10th more. So as we go into the final 2 laps of this race, I do believe it is Grayson Thorpe double with a 2.5 second lead over David Shorn. David Shorn's about a 1.2 seconds back as we do officially have 2 laps remaining here in the shifter pre-final. David Pickles, then he comes fourth, but he is well back in the field. Almost 8 seconds back of the leader and 4 seconds back of third place Oliver Stone. Daniel Montero chasing Pickles, and he's about 3 seconds back as well here. Grayson Thorpe double just coming off the back straight here. He will take the final 2 corners. He swings himself down towards the final straight. He's got the white flag. We've got 1 lap to go here in the shifter pre-final as he continues to open up the lead. 3.1 seconds here, and boy, oh boy, that is a big, big gap. And as long as he's able to hold it on the road, he is going to walk out of here and walk into a prime position for the shifter final later this afternoon, as we know that the shifter pre-finals this is what sets up the grids for that final. As Thorpe double winds up going down here in front of us on the mid-straight, he's going to make the turn. He's all by himself, just having a Sunday drive, as it were, and looks like he is going to pick up the prime position for the shifter final. David Shorn and Oliver Stone rounding out the top 3 as here comes Grayson Thorpe double, who has led from pole all the way to the finish. Grayson Thorpe double wins the shifter pre-final as he puts it into cruise control at the very end there. Let off a little bit. David Shorn winds up in second place, 1.6 seconds back. Oliver Stone winds up in third, about a second and a half back of that. Rounding out the racing charts there, Jamie Pickles, David Montero in 5th, Arthur Lee in 6th, Robbie Arthur in 7th, Robert Jukes in 8th, Bruce Baldo in 9th, and Patrick Klein rounds out the 10 with Frank Stovakic, who winds up at the back of that field. That is the shifter pre-final. We'll check back with you in just a minute for the Tag Cadet Elite here, coming up from Greg Moore in just a moment.
Yeah, I'm just starting here with the group.
Okay.
She's part of the For the Win Media.
Okay.
I think we got 4 cameras going on, and then we got a guy, Robbie. He's going to be watching that. On YouTube, actually. I'm entirely sure. I'm sure he searched up.
And so here we go, the Tag Cadet Elite
Do you know much about the racing and stuff? Do you follow it live?
mini pre-final. As the racers coming over the line, Tyler Chan is on pole position. Theo Jackson is in number 2 position. Max Green, number 3. Mario Kagina winds up number 4. Mick Kwong, number 5. Raja Gunn winds up number 6. Martina Carderas winds up number 7. Clark Kakowski winds up number 8. Emerson David Sue is number 9. And Cooper Thiessen. I can get that right. That one's pretty easy. And we round out the top 10 here. So we're just about getting set here for the Tag Cadet Elite Mini pre-final. So a little younger here, but the racing, watching these guys go around the track, as I said, it's a pretty neat thing to see, so especially when you go down at race level and understand how far or how fast these guys are actually going, guys and girls are actually going, as they will clear the start-finish straight one more time. And we will get set here for the final, I believe. Let me see the word final more than once here. The final pre-final before we head into the final section of races here. As there are 9 finals scheduled here after our 2:30 p.m. time frame. So, and as we set up our mini pre-finals here, as everybody stacks up, as we have seen, we got somebody who is spun out. We just have a look here on the back end as everybody does a U-turn. And back onto the racetrack in a way. We're just about set to get everybody set up in position. And we're just about set to go. As we will have the 2 sets of rows of racers. They will come down towards the start-finish straight. There will be some 2 yellow lines you will see. They will... Each side will pick a lane. There is an acceleration line just before the start-finish straight, and that allows the racers to go racing rate from that particular point. So they are just about set here as we get a very slow-moving pack here. It's just a new thing to me here, so I'm just having a look to see if there's almost like they can have a conversation talking to each other here at this particular point. There's a lot of looking around here, just trying to, I don't know if they're jockeying for position, but we're just still sitting and just waiting here as they're about 3 turns left here before we get set here. Tyler Chan in the number 120. Theo Jackson in the number 49. Max Green in the number 17 cart are going to lead us away here. With Mario Cagnina, the 171, rounding out the top 4. As we await the acceleration line, and here come the racers, and we are just about to go racing here in the Elite Mini Pre-Final, and away they go. Theo Jackson winds up taking into turn 1. Mario Cagnina, the 171, able to overtake Tyler Chan. And Tyler Chan goes all the way from pole position to 3rd, all before the first corner here. And so that's where we find themselves. Theo Jackson looks like he is going to be out front here as they wind up into the light bulb section. Come swing themselves out, and they're going to come down the mid-straight here towards our position here in front of us. Yeah, it is Theo Jackson who is going to turn the corner here. He's being pursued by Mario Cagnina. As they come across us one more time, they're going to swing themselves onto the back straight here. Top 3 of Jackson, Cagnina, and Chan. Then the midfield of Gunn, Max Green, and Kwong, as they are all going to come on to the start-finish straight and over the start-finish line. 1 minute gone here as Theo Jackson puts in a 57.9, 2/10 better than Cagnina, as we are racing here in the Elite Mini Pre-Final as they head towards the light bulb section, towards the very western end here of the Greg Moore Raceway, and on to the top turn, and they will come down here in front of us, and we'll have a look at them as they come across the midsection here. Still Theo Jackson still leading by 3/10 through the first timing point here. That is Raja Gunn, who's now overtaken Cagnina. So Raja Gunn, who's now out into second place, he's trying to chase down Theo Jackson into the final 2 corners as they will turn for home onto the pit straight here. Theo Jackson comes flying across the line here, and Raja Gunn, who is up here a whole bunch of positions, is started on row 4 as he wound up with Raja Gunn wound up starting 6th. He's now picked up 4 places, is now in second place here as the lead has stabilized. Theo Jackson 2/10 back, and that's what happened after the first or the second lap as well. And so our top 3, Theo Jackson, Raja Gunn, and Mariano Cagnina. Max Green and Tyler Chan, who was our pole position leader, has struggled so far, finds himself in the midfield, about 8/10 back here as they make themselves onto the back stretch here. Theo Jackson, who continues to his lead. He comes down this start-finish straight one more time and over the line. A 56.196 for the leader. He is about a 10th faster that particular lap. He's built a gap of about 3/10. Mariano Cagnina, who's 7/10 back, so it's starting to string out here a little bit. Tyler Chan, our original pole sitter, who started, as we said, in the number 1 position, now at 5th place, but put in the fastest lap so far of the heat, a 55.9, 2/10 better than our overall leader. So perhaps Tyler Chan maybe getting an opportunity to try to come back at the rest of the field here. He's trying to chase down Max Green in front of him, who's 7/100ths is the midfield, who is starting to reel in Theo Jackson here a little bit. Raja Gunn is also just trying to hold them off here as they come down the final 2 corners and onto the start-finish straight. Theo Jackson continues to lead. with a 56.2 on that particular last lap, and Raja Gun starting to reel him in here. Just over 0.2 of a second. Mariano Cagnina, 0.6 back. So the top three are still within touching distance here in the Elite Mini pre-final. 3 minutes, 46 seconds left, plus 1 lap. If you're just joining us and this is the first time you're seeing it here, the clock on the top of your screen, once that goes out, we will get 1 lap extra, and that's where the pre-final will end and set up the grid for the final coming later this afternoon. On to the back stretch here. Theo Jackson through the final 2 corners as they've started to bunch up here a little bit. Raja Gun, I believe, who is still there as they come through the start-finish straight. Still no movement there, but Raja Gun, who is basically still sitting 0.2 behind. Cagnina started to close the gap there a little bit, 0.6 behind in that particular last lap. But Max Green, who has started to perhaps make a little bit of a move as they came through the start-finish straight, only a 10th back here as that midfield is very congested all the way down, looks like to the number 7 position here. So there is 6 carts within 0.8 of each other, as you can see on the video. It says you've got a Theo Jackson in the 49 cart, but everybody else there is going to be a heck of a dogfight here at the end of this Cadet Elite Mini pre-final, as everybody keeping it together here as the traffic jam continues as they come across the start-finish line here. As Theo Jackson puts in a 55.9 on that particular last lap, and he has started to open up a bit of a gap here. So I wonder if Raja Gun's starting to feel perhaps the pressure in behind them is because they've got 4 or 5 carts that are all just closing in here as the gap has grown to just about 0.4 of a second. And there is looks like to be a little bit of a cork in the bottle there, is looking to see if they can get past Gunn, as Cagnina, who has been in 3rd place for a lot of this race, still 0.4 back through the last timing point. They look like that they've actually closed that gap a fair amount here. I would guess that Theo Jackson looks like he's probably pulled out at least another 0.2 here. He was 0.4 up through the last lap here. As they come down the start-finish straight, we'll have a look here to see what they built in the rest of the gap, and indeed they have, almost 4.5. So Theo Jackson, who's sitting in the catbird seat at this particular point in time in the pre-mini final, as he comes across into the light bulb section now, looking at 4.5 lead to Raja Gun. Cagnina is 0.8 back. Max Green chasing Cagnina for that 3rd spot in the final, 0.2 back as well. Tyler Chan, our pole sitter, sitting just about a second back, but he is closing on Max Green and has been for the last couple of laps. Theo Jackson, who is still able to hold himself out there fairly well, and he has built a bigger gap, it looks like, just from the naked eye here as he comes down through the last 2 corners. But positions 2 through 6 are up for grabs here. And boy, oh boy, this is going to be a fun last couple of laps here. Jackson across the line. He is going to continue on. Yeah, 0.5. So Raja Gun still holding in there. They show Cagnina is about 0.5 back of Gun, but that lead looks like it is shrinking by the second here. As you have a look at the track map on the bottom right-hand corner, it looks like a highway at rush hour here. It looks like a parking lot with all those carts just kind of jammed up in behind each other. We have reached 0 seconds, and that means we have 2 laps of racing left here. The Elite Mini pre-final, as Theo Jackson, who has been the class of the field here so far, still trying to hold on there. We still have a little bit of racing left. Raja Gun 2nd, Cagnina 3rd, Max Green 4th, Mick Kwong 5th, Tyler Chan is in 6th, Martina Canderas is in 7th, Clark Kasoki's in 8th, Emerson David Sung in 9th, and Cooper Friesen in 10th. Tyler Chan has finally made his move on Max Green. We have 1 lap of racing to go here, and Theo Jackson continues to hold a 4.5 lead as he comes across the line, and they come out of the light bulb section here. Raja Gun trying to hold off the rest of the field. Looks like that they've made some sort of separation here as they come down towards the mid part of the mid stretch here, around these final corners, and back they come down towards the back half of the last part of this lap. Theo Jackson looks like they are going to take this mini elite pre-final. It's going to be Rajagun, but Cagnita and Chan who are dueling for it here at the end. There is going to be Theo Jackson, cart number 49, winds up taking the win. Rajagun second, Mariano Cagnita third, and Tyler Chan recovers for fourth. Max Green fifth, Mick Kwong sixth, Martina Caderas seventh, Clark Kasoki eighth, Emerson Davidson ninth, and Cooper Friesen winds up taking out the top 10. Is the unofficial final here of the Tag Cadet Elite Mini Pre-Final. Well, we're just about set here for the set of final races here at Greg Moore this weekend, and we start with the LO206 Heavy Final. That has Gary Smith on pole position, Alex Sherwanick, who's in second place. Tim Silk starts row number 2 with Bobby Paul, lines up beside him in fourth place. On row 3, Andrew Pryor is in fifth. Patrick Klein in sixth place. Row 4 has Gautam Aurora Jr. in row 4, Owen Duncan in 8th. Rounds out row 4, David Eburn and Hartley McDonald round out our final 10 carters here in the LO206 Heavy Final, as we have finally reached the sharp end of the stick here of the weekend, as the finals are just about set to get underway. We will get a couple of formation laps and get set here. And we will look forward to some more karting here. A 12-minute final plus 1 lap. So once that 12 minutes rolls up on the top of the screen, we will get one more lap. And that's how we will decide a champion for this particular heat, as Gary Smith put in a pole lap here. And he wound up actually taking the pre-final there. So this will be a pretty decent battle between the top 2 or 3 to be expected, but we have the entire field just sort of strung themselves out here. So we will be back in just a minute here and just ready to go here for the first final of the afternoon. That was the field just absolutely just goes through that light bulb section. We're going to come down here towards the mid straight in front of us again, and we are going to get a standing start here for the L206 Heavy Final, as the starter sits out here in front of us just waiting for everybody to come around, and it'll wind up being Gary Smith who leads them down this back straight, and they will slow down and slot in, and we will get racing here underway. We have 9 finals scheduled here to end the weekend out, but this is going to be what people come for here, just trying to pick up a win in their particular division, and all the racers set up here, and just wait for everybody else to pop themselves into position as they walk themselves down the field here. We will get, let's just have a look into, as everybody else just getting put into position properly here. We do have indication that we are set to go. We have a green flag that's ready up to go in the L206 heavy final, and away we go. Gary Smith leads them over the line here, and Chilliwack and Tim Silk round out the top three. We have a 12-minute heavy final, and the field so far just compact together here as they will feel it out here as we start to get through the eastern part of the Greg Moore racetrack into the light bulb section as they come around the back turn. Gary Smith continues to lead here in the early going as they come down here in front of us. As Alex Chilliwack, who's right on his bumper. And a little bit, some contact as there is not a shade of daylight between those two at the top. And they will continue down this back stretch here as Tim Silk, who looks like he winds up in the third spot. But yeah, those two sit right on top of each other as they come down that back stretch. There may have been a little bit of contact there as Gary Smith got a little bit sideways, and they come into that first set as Gary Smith comes over the line here in the first lap, a 106.1, and Alex Chilliwack is about just under a tenth back, as you said, because they're sitting, Chilliwack's sitting right on top of him here. So those three in the top three, Tim Silk right behind him as those three trying to string each other out. Tim Silk through the first timing point here, 4/10 back. Rest of the field is a little bit more compact at the back, about 6/10 back of that. So we've got the top five so far separated by 1.5 seconds. There is a big distinct difference as now we do have a little bit of racing. Chilliwack finally goes by Gary Smith, and he will lead this heavy final here in the early going. As now Smith runs a little bit into the back end there, it looks like, but they continue on as Chilliwack comes down this back stretch, and he will lead them over the line, and he will take the lead of this race officially through the start-finish point here. 1/10.5 up on Gary Smith. Tim Silk still continuing in third. Bobby Paul in fourth. Andrew Pryor in fifth. David Eburn, who started in ninth, has climbed himself through 4 positions already here, so he has had a fantastic start to this race. Patrick Klein, who started in, I believe, second place. And, Patrick Klein wound up in 5th place and is still sitting down in 7th. So some stories going on all over the place here, but we still have 9 minutes to go. Chilliwack continues to lead here by about a tenth as those two continue to battle here. Gary Smith, who is all over the back of Alex Chilliwack. Around the outside, he's trying to go. He gets a little bit more contact on the back, and they will separate here a little bit as they come down the start-finish straight here. Smith goes by here. Chilliwack in first, just over a tenth better than Gary Smith. Tim Silk 5/10 back of those two. Bobby Paul in the number 223 cart. He is just over a second back, and then everybody else is dropped back about 2 seconds past that. Andrew Pryor, David Eburn, and Patrick Klein round out those top 7. Owen Duncan, Roar Jr., and Hartley McDonald round out the back of the field. As we have 8 minutes, 20 seconds to go here in this L206 heavy final. Alex Chilliwack continues to lead here as those two continue battle. Every time they come out here in front of us in the broadcast position here at Greg Moore, those two are basically sharing the same cart at this point, but they get a little bit more separation now as Gary Smith perhaps trying to get a better line or a better exit off that final turn. They continue down this start-finish straight like they did in the last lap. Chilliwack continues to lead in the 97 cart, still by 1.5 tenths. Gary Smith in second place. Tim Silk rounds out that top 3 as they still, the top 3 separated by about 5.5 tenths of a second. Bobby Paul, David Eburn round out the top 5. David Ebert, who started ninth and has now climbed another position up till fifth. Keep an eye on him as he continues on. Got a long ways to go to catch Bobby Paul, about 3.5 seconds difference there. But the battle continues at the front here in the L206 Heavy Final. Alex Chilliwack put in a 1:01.5 on that last lap. That is the best lap here of the finals. We reach just about 7 minutes left here. Gary Smith as they continue to jockey for position down there. Tim Selk, who has been third for a very long time. There's a little bit more rubbing and racing down that back stretch, and here they come again. Just like the last lap, Alex Chilliwack leads Gary Smith as they come through. There really isn't much between them. It shows a 10th on the timing officially, but there isn't a whole heck of a lot there. Bobby Paul just set the fastest lap in the 223 car in that particular last lap, a 1:01.5. And so he continues to try to claw himself towards the podium positions here, trying to chase down Tim Selk in the 94 kart, who is in third place. The top three still haven't really moved much here through the timing point, as there is more just absolute bumper-to-bumper racing as Gary Smith continues to try to battle here with Chilliwack as Smith really just trying, as he is just getting all twitchy and out of the way there as those three continue. As now the gap between him and Tim Selk has really come down, because Gary Smith, who's been battling with Chilliwack, and now he finds that Tim Selk is right on top of him here through the start-finish straight here. And Tim Selk 2/10 back here. So boy, oh boy, that has brought Tim Selk right back into it here. As the rest of the field comes over the start-finish line, you're watching the L206 Heavy Final here from Craig Moore Raceway, Chilliwack, British Columbia. A beautiful Sunday afternoon for racing here. 20 degrees, and it is cloudy, but it sure isn't. You're not going to die from heat exhaustion, at least out in the race suits and stuff here. So it's been a good afternoon, good morning of racing here, and we've got a really, really good one here, as the two at the front have now, the battle that they've had with Chilliwack and Smith, have brought Tim Selk and Bobby Paul into it. So now, instead of a two-way battle, we have a four-way battle, and there goes Gary Smith trying to go around the outside here. Smith, who is, and he just can't do it here, but now we have a three-way battle. We've got a four-way battle through the start-finish straight. Chilliwack continues to lead here, and boy, oh boy, these four here, because of the battling that's gone on up front here, and I believe Tim Selk has now taken over second place from Gary Smith, and yes, he indeed has. So we are a long ways from being done here. 4 minutes to go. Chilliwack has now been able to drive off a little bit. The top four were separated by just 0.2 of a second on that last timing lap through the start-finish straight here. So Alex Chilliwack, as he comes down towards that back straight area here, the top four have strung themselves out. David Ebert in fifth, and Andrew Pryor are back a little bit of ways here, but the focus will be on the top four here, as looks like Chilliwack's been able to eke out a bit of a gap here finally, as it's sure heck of not as close as it was the last time they went across the start-finish straight. Bobby Paul has now taken the lead. So Bobby Paul has come all the way up 4 positions here so far on the 223 kart. He is now 0.3 back here, and he is now right on the bumper of Alex Chilliwack. They've got 4 racers still going here as Gary Smith and Tim Selk round out the top 4. We have Bobby Paul 0.3 back. We've got Gary Smith 0.3 back of him as well. Tim Selk is just about a 10th back of the number 3 kart, Gary Smith. So Chilliwack here coming up on 3 minutes left in this LO206 Heavy Final. Now we've got, as they start to close up down that back end as well here, as the racers start to look around, just trying to see and check out what's going on behind them here, trying to get a lay of the land. Chilliwack, to his credit, continues to lead this race despite the heavy challenges here, as the number 23 kart, sorry, 223, that's Bobby Paul, who had a look there. He's under a tenth back as he went through the start-finish straight here. This is going to be a fun finish, folks. Keep your eyes on this one. As Bobby Paul being chased there by Tim Silk and Gary Smith, who was battling with Chilliwack at the front there. We have about 5/10 between the top three here, as Gary Smith wound up being a little bit more back through that final timing point, but we will still have 4 karts left here. We have 2 minutes remaining plus 1 lap here in the LO 206 heavy final. Alex Chilliwack, who last lap a 101.8. Bobby Paul in his last lap put 3/10 on the leader here. So there is a lot of racing left. There's not going to be a lot. They do string themselves out, but Chilliwack continues to lead here. They just have not been able to find the ability to get through on the leader here so far. There has been opportunities. Gary Smith did have the lead briefly before Chilliwack really took it back after probably the second or third lap, and hasn't relinquished it since. So Bobby Paul continues to hang on to the second place positions here. He's 2/10 back through the start-finish line as we are up on 1 minute remaining here. So we will have 1 minute plus 1 lap left of this pretty exciting LO 206 heavy final as we come around to the head towards that back straight here as now as Bobby Paul continues to put the pressure on our race leader here in the final. Chilliwack just doesn't seem phased at this particular point. Doesn't seem to look around a whole heck of a lot. He's just locked in front of us here as he comes down the start-finish straight. We have 35 seconds plus 1 lap, so we are going to get most likely 2 more laps left. Tim Silk, who is on a charge at this point, just put in a 101.4, the best lap of the race here so far. Bobby Paul sits 2/10 back of Alex Chilliwack as he comes in the second place position. Tim Silk is right on his tail as those 4 have now absolutely started to come together here a little bit more, as you would expect. And so the clock on the top of your screen there is going to reach zeros, which means we are going to have 1 more racing lap left here in the L206 heavy final here, and this is going to be fun. 4 karts battling for the championship win here. Alex Chilliwack has Bobby Paul, Tim Silk, and Gary Smith. Gary Smith, who was battling for the lead for the longest time here, but he has settled into the 4th position as we come down the final stretch for the final white flag lap. 1 lap left in the L206 heavy final. Chilliwack over the line, 2/10 better than Bobby Paul here. Tim Silk, Gary Smith, all 4 racers within 5/10 of each other as they head into the light bulb section. Chilliwack, to his credit, as we said, he has looked like he's been out for a Sunday drive. He really hasn't looked around a whole heck of a lot here. Just sort of driving his own race. The guys have tried to get as close as they possibly have can to him, but there really just hasn't been. He has driven a fantastic final here, and if he's able to keep it on the road through the final 6 corners or so here, he is going to take home a championship win, as now the look over the left shoulder of Chilliwack as he's looking for Bobby Paul. Bobby Paul now being pushed a little bit here by Tim Silk, as here we go as these two, as we've got a battle. Looks like it's not going to be for first place. Now, I'm sorry, we do look like we're coming to the start-finish line. I get white laps, I get white flags, I get checkered flags, and we officially do have a winner here of the L206 final. Alex Chilliwack winds up with taking the final race here in this particular division. He winds up with a number 1 podium place. Tim Silk picks up the second podium place, 3/10 back. Gary Smith rounds out the top 3 in the number 11 kart. And that was a really fun first final here at the Greg Moore Raceway. Bobby Paul, David Eburn, Andrew Pryor, Patrick Klein, Aurora Jr., Hartley McDonald, and Owen Duncan round out the first final here at Greg Moore on Sunday. We'll be back with the next final here in just a moment. So off we go in the LO206 senior final here. The grid goes like this. Grayson Thorpe double winds up on pole. Sean Michelle Jones winds up second. Nathaniel Pryor in third. Dylan Waskowell winds up in fourth. Toby Lean in fifth. Kalis Martin in sixth. Grayson Bell in seventh. Emily Priddle in eighth. Sergeant Trobovic in ninth. Race Malmquist is in the 10th position here. Andy Jaffrey. Tegan McNeil winds up in 12th position here. Row 7, Sasha Turmerol. And Xylus Martin finishes up row 7. Caden Martins and Jack Erickson wind up on the 8th row. Leah Day winds up on the final row. Row 9 here for the LO 206 senior final here. We're just getting some formation laps here, and we will get a standing start for this 12-minute plus 1 lap final here at Greg Moore. And we'll be back in just a second here, ready for another final. Stand by.
Drew just kind of bring.
So Grayson Thorpe double is going to come down here, and he is going to slot in our final here of the LO206 seniors. And so we will have a standing start here shortly as the rest of the field will settle in here at Greg Moore on an 20-degree day here in Chilliwack. So happy to have you along. I'm glad you're along here. Ryan Zaitzoff along with the crew with For the Win Media, broadcasting live for the club meet here at the end of the season. As just having a look here and getting a couple of communications, and we are just about set to go racing here for the LO206, and we have our revs up and going. We have a green flag, and away we go here as Grayson Thorpe double leads them over the line, and there will just jockey for position here a little bit, as that indeed is Thorpe double who does take the early lead here. But, this will be just a jockey for position to open this race up here, as a big group of 5 or 6 individuals wind up taking them onto the back stretch here. On towards the mid part of this racetrack is here. They come here in front of us, and the group winds up coming just down as they all start to jockey for position. Grayson Thorpe double, Sean Michelle Jones, Nathaniel Pryor rounding out the top 3, as here they come onto the back stretch, and they will wind up coming around onto the final 2 corners and onto the start-finish straight here for the first lap of this race. 10 minutes, 53 seconds to go. Grayson Thorpe double, like he has done for so much of this weekend, leads as well. Dylan Waskawa wins, or he's got a 10th just behind him. Sean Michelle Jones winds up in 3rd position. 2/10 back, Nathaniel Pryor in 4th. Kalis Martin in 5th spot. The L206 senior final here from Greg Moore. 10 minutes, 20 seconds to go in this final, as the pack started to string out here a little bit at the back. Didn't see a lot as far as any sort of contact goes, but we have a fairly strung out pack, especially the midfield towards the back markers here have just dropped off a little bit. But we do have the top 4 or 5 positions that are all within about 5/10 of themselves. Grayson Thorpe double going to lead everybody onto the start-finish straight, and then a big pack of racers. Michelle Jones in behind, 3/10 back. Dylan Waskawai is 4/10 back. So all within about a tenth of each other. The top 5, top 6 are within 6/10 of the leader here. Toby Lean's in there as well. And then we've got a little bit of a gap. Emily Priddle, Silas Martin, and lead that mid-pack. But right now at the front of this final, Grayson Thorpe Double continues just to lead here as there's a battle going on between Michelle Jones and Dylan Waskawai in the 7:10 cart, as the field has now started to perhaps compact a little bit, especially towards the front. The top of 10 carts are all within the same earshot here, probably about 2 to 3 seconds back. So with 9 minutes to go in this race, still a long ways to go here. But Sean Michelle Jones in the 69 cart now trying to make a move down the inside. Is he able to get it done? There's a big defensive, looked like a defensive move there. Now down the outside. Now they have position there. And that winds up being Sean Michelle Jones who takes over the lead there from Grayson Thorpe Double. So we've seen Grayson Thorpe Double be at the back or the top end of this tier for the most part, this, or at least the races I've seen this weekend. But for the first time in a while, says we've got a new leader here. Sean Michelle Jones winds up taking the lead, but surprise, surprise, Grayson Thorpe Double, who's going to be right alongside him as they're going to go around the outside, trying to hang in there. Thorpe Double continues as they've got now four positions there who are all within a couple of tenths of each other. Thorpe Double, Waskawal, Michelle Jones, Clias Martin, as here they come. It's a big pack down this front stretch. The top 8 are separated by 6/10 of a second. Boy, oh boy, this is going to be a fun last little while here as Michelle Jones comes across the line. Thorpe Double, who is still right on his bumper here through the start-finish, just under a 10th back. So there is lots of racing to go here, but the top 3 separated by 1.5 tenths is, guess who? Grayson Thorpe Double just goes through. And now they continue to go head-to-head here as there's a little bump here and there. I'm trying to pick out who that is as they race side by side down that back stretch there. Towards the start-finish straight, there's a whole bunch of head movement as Grayson Thorpe Double is in the 3rd position. I believe Waskawal might be in the number 1 spot. As we come across here, we will get confirmation from it here, and he goes from 4th all the way to 1st here as Waskawal winds up and with a 1:01.7 on that particular last lap, 3/10 back of Clias Martin, who has now knocked Grayson Thorpe Double all the way down to 3rd spot here. But boy, there is a ton of action going on behind the leader here at this particular point. Martin, Thorpe Double, Michelle Jones, Emily Priddle, who's now joined the battle. Silas Martin is 7/10 back. Toby Lean is within a second here. There is a big group of people trying to hunt down our race leader, Waskawal, at this particular point in time. On to the back stretch here. There is a little bit of a gap forming between the top 3 at this particular point in the race. Just under 6 minutes to go in the senior final. Dylan Waskawal comes in over the line here. He is 5/10 clear as Grayson Thorpe Double winds up in 2nd place as they come over the line. Sean Michelle Jones in 3rd. Emily Priddle now dropped off about a second, about 1.2 seconds overall as they go into the light bulb section down the west end here at the Greg Moore Raceway. Waskawal trying to hold that position, is able to do so far. Thorpe Double, Sean Michelle Jones, all within about, I'm going to say Michelle Jones is probably right on the bumper within a 10th of Grayson Thorpe Double. But Waskawal at the top of that leaderboard has been able to eke out a little bit more of a gap, I would think. He was 5/10 back, or up on the number 2 cart coming out of the last lap. We're going to go across the start-finish line here. And he has just dropped a little bit back here as Dylan Waskewell still continues to lead here by 0.4 of a second over Grayson Thorpe double. Sean Michelle Jones still holding touch, 0.6 back here as the top three carts continue on. Xylis Martin, who's trying to challenge Sean Michelle Jones for the number 3 spot at this particular point, 0.8 back. Kalis Martin in the number 5 position, 317 cart, is about a 0.7 back of that as well. So we still have some racers still within striking distance as we come up on 4 minutes to go here. We also have the midfield, which we go through positions 5 through 9 are all separated within about 0.8 of each other. So still not over yet, still a long ways to go and lots to be decided as we have the top 3 come down this stretch, and it is still Dylan Waskewell who winds up with a 1 minute 3:99, and so he is having that lead eked out a little bit, as you can see on your screen. Grayson Thorpe double, just about a 1/10 back here, but Sean Michelle Jones won't let those two get away here, and there's going to be a setup for a grandstand finish the way these three are going. But as we see, when you see these guys squabbling in these carts, these guys and gals squabbling in these carts, it brings in the midfield from the carts behind them. So the midfield needs to stay as best as they can, try to keep themselves in touch of the top 3, because when the jockeying for position comes, that's where the carts slow down and the opportunities present themselves. Dylan Waskewell's got still the lead, still coming off the corner, and here's the opportunity for a pass, but it's not going to happen as they come down once again down that start-finish straight. Waskewell started 4th. He's now winds up in the top position of this LO 206 senior final here. Grayson Thorpe double, 1/10 back. Sean Michelle Jones 2/10 back. So the top 3 have started to pull themselves away here a little bit as they search to see if they can get themselves on the podium here in this final of this particular class. And these 3 have absolutely started to form a gap here a little bit. Wondered to see if the midfield is able to track them down here. We shall see. On to the back stretch here. Waskewell comes around that corner, but he's got Grayson Thorpe double right on him here, and they are nose to tail here as they come across the start-finish line. 1:45 left in this senior final. And that gap, as we said, Grayson Thorpe double under a 1/10 of a second now behind Sean Michelle Jones, 0.28 seconds behind, so just under 3/10 behind. Xylis Martin, who has drifted back here a little bit, but now Dylan Waskewell, who's now under a minute, with the rest of the field lapping in the 1 minute 2s, 1 minute 3s, and the top two are now under a minute per lap here. 59.9 was the last time for the race leader 710 car, Dylan Waskewell. So he is continuing to hold the advantage here, but he has company with 1 minute left on the clock, plus 1 lap here of the Yellow 206 senior final at Greg Moore Raceway, as those 3 are going to come across this final corner and down this stretch, cross the line here. Dylan Waskewell continues to lead. That gap has not come down at all, as you can see on your screen. I think Grayson Thorpe double has got a podium, or at least a top step of the podium in mind here. But so far, it has been a fantastic defensive race from Dylan Waskewell. Once he's been able to hold that top spot, he has not given an inch. And Sean Michelle Jones, who started back a couple of positions here, picking up the bronze medal position at this particular point in time. But these 3 racers are going to come across the line, and we are going to come down to, I believe, 1 lap left as the white flag is out. And stand by for your grandstand finish in the LO 206 senior final. Dylan Waskewell, who is going to come across this line, he is indeed going to lead the top three down as there's communication going on between the 2 and 3 spots of Grayson Thorpe Double and Jean-Michel Jones. Now, let's see what happens is they will put the foot to the floor with 1 lap left. It's a 3/10 gap as they came across that timing line here in front of us. But now the gap starts to come down here a little bit as they are even leaning forward in those cars, just trying to do whatever they can do to get any sort of performance out of the car. Now they are absolutely nose to tail here. Grayson Thorpe Double trying to put on the pressure here, trying to make a mistake as Dylan Waskell continues to try to hold out. Here he comes. Grayson Thorpe Double looking down the inside, now down the outside. We have 3 carts coming down the back stretch as they come into the final 2 corners. Down the back stretch, and that is Dylan Waskell, I believe, who is going to wind up winning here the LO206 final. Dylan Waskell winds up first. The 710 cart, number 336, Grayson Thorpe Double. A fantastic race by that guy. He winds up in the 2nd position. Jean-Michel Jones rounds out the podium position. Silas Martin, Toby Lean, Kalis Martin, Caden Martins, Emily Priddle in number 8, Nathaniel Pryor in number 9, Tegan McNeil in number 10. Round out the top 10 of the LO206 senior final, unofficial results. But what a fantastic race that was here at Greg Moore. And we look forward to the next races coming up here shortly. All right, we continue here. The Tag Masters final. Jamie Pickles is the pole position leader going into this race. Marcus Erickson in 2nd. Andy Jaffrey is on row 2 along with Todd Martin. Franco Cagina is row 3 along with Daniel Montanero. Robert Jukes, Daniel Jabilo round out row 4. Helmut Bull and Neil Tom are on row 5. And Josh Turner rounds out row number 6 in 11th position as they And we're underway here. The LO206 Junior Final. Cristiano Derudi has just taken off here. And Colton Thorpe Double, who has been a busy racer here in the 199 card. Roberto Casero is number 3 here. And they will take off here. So Derudi, Thorpe Double, Ray Hobbs, Tegan Klein, Griffin McFadden, James Clifford, Aidan Bailey, Nicholas Tanner, Caden Salmon, and Holden Newington round out the 12 racers as we come down here towards the mid-straight. As that winds up being Cristiano Derudi, who is nose to tail here with Colton Thorpe Double, who had a fantastic race the last time out and just couldn't get the final step on top of the podium, but he was involved in a fantastic race the last time as they come around the back final 2 corners here and towards the start-finish straight. Cristiano Derudi now, as he is side by side here with Colton Thorpe Double, continues to hold, but they are literally 6 1/1000ths of a second between each other here. So those two continue to battle as they come out of the light bulb section here into 199, and that is Colton Thorpe Double, who has now taken the lead here, who he spent a decent amount of the last race in, so he's not uncomfortable with where he sits at this particular point. Cristiano Derudi behind him, Roberto Carasso, who had the final, fastest lap first time around, a 104.9 from his position as well. So the top 3 as they continue to roll on towards the back stretch here at the Greg Moore Raceway. 8 minutes to go in this junior final. Colton Thorpe Double in the 199 cart down the start-finish straight here, being pursued as there's a big group of carts as they come through. As he comes through first place, Cristiano Derudi, who is about 9 100ths of a second. Roberto Caruso, who is 2.5 tenths back. Ray Hobbs finishes out the top 4. He's 4 tenths back. So there is a decent amount of racing going on as far as the competitiveness level of this final goes. Tegan Klein is 6 tenths back towards the back stretch here. Coming through the first set of corners towards the mid-straight before they make the right-hand turn and head towards the back straight here. Not a lot going on as far as the weather, still holding on fairly well here. It's, if you know you're from this Chilliwack area, it has been a very warm last month or so here, but we get a fairly ideal temperature here of 20 degrees and cloudy, and not a lot of precipitation. There has been some over the last couple of days, but nothing today, and we've got a good situation for racing here so far. Colton Thorpe Double in the 199 car down that start-finish straight. Cristiano Derudi is just about a tenth back of him at this particular point. Roberto Caruso rounds out the top 3. He's just under 2 tenths back as well. Now the separation has come up a little bit as Ray Hobbs, who is 5 tenths back. Tegan Klein about 8 tenths back as they come across and out of the light bulb section and towards the mid-straight here. Colton Thorpe Double continues to lead the top 3 as he has through the second lap of this race. As they will make the right-hand turn, there is a bit of a move on, but Colton Thorpe Double shuts that door a little bit. Cristiano Derudi trying to perhaps go down the inside of him and just couldn't do it. And these top 5 continue on here as Thorpe Double, Derudi, Carasso, Hobbs, and Klein all reach the top 5 here, probably all within about 5 tenths of each other. As they will come down towards the start-finish straight, we'll have a look at these times here. Tegan Klein, the last fastest lap here. So the rest of the field here, the top 5 separated by about 7 tenths. The rest of the field is about a second back of that as well. So we've got 5.5 minutes to go of racing here in the LO206 Junior Final. Colton Thorpe Double continues to lead as he was just under a tenth of a second faster than Cristiano Derudi in that last lap, but they are nose to tail here. This is the exciting part of this karting, is watching these guys at the speeds they're going at. There is no daylight at times between the bumpers here as they continue down towards the back stretch here. As Colton Thorpe Double's opened up perhaps about a tenth and a half gap here. So the top 4 or 5 still continue as they seem to have settled in here. Rest of the field, after past the top 5, Griffin McFadden in the 6th position, Holden Newington in the 7th, Nicholas Tanner in the 8th, James Clifford in the 9th, Aiden Bailey in the 10th, and Caden Salmon rounds out the 11th spot. And so far, it's been Ray Hobbs has come up 5 positions, started in 9th, now sitting in 4th. He's been the person to have a look at. It's been really good moving up the ranks here so far. As we cross into our 5th lap of the race, Colton Thorpe double holding a 2/10 lead through our timing point here in the start-finish straight, but that has clearly come down as these two continue to battle here. Tristiano Deruti still all over the back of him, looking to try to make a move on that outside. Is he going to try to make a move there as he hit towards the back stretch? He continues just to settle in and bide his time, but here comes the move as the bump comes just on the back end of Thorpe Double's cart, and here they come down the start-finish straight, and they are nose to tail, and there goes Tristiano Deruti trying to make a move. He comes around there. There's 0.6 of a second between them as they continue to battle here, and there you go. Tristiano Deruti is now leading Colton Thorpe double as he made the move through turn 1. It's Tristiano Deruti, Colton Thorpe double. Roberto Carrasco's got the top 3 here, followed by Ray Hobbs and Tegan Klein. Tegan Klein's moved up 7 positions here so far from the beginning of this race. So lots of movement going on here as we come up on 3 minutes and 12 seconds to go in this last race, or this race here in particular, as the top 5 continue on. Colton Thorpe double just trying to push along, trying to help the guy in front of him here a little bit, trying to make a move maybe to the inside. Tristiano Deruti just having a look over his shoulder here as now the 3 and 4 spots of Carrasco and Ray Hobbs are side by each here as they come down the start-finish straight towards us. It is Tristiano Deruti who leads Colton Thorpe double by just under 0.8 of a second. Robert Carrasco, who is 0.4 back. Ray Hobbs is right on top of him as well, and Tegan Klein. So the top 5 separated by 0.5 of a second here. Pretty darn good racing here with 2 minutes to go in a final, the LO 206 Junior final here. As they come down towards the mid-straight, Tristiano Deruti continues to lead Colton Thorpe double as Roberto Carrasco is in the 3rd and final podium position here as Thorpe double trying to get the switch back there. A little bit of contact, but they continue to keep going here. Tristiano Deruti, as Colton Thorpe double absolutely has the pace, it looks like, to try to get by if he can find the right line as they come down that start-finish straight. Looks like he's ready to bide his time here a little bit as they come down into turn 1. And Deruti is able to hold off the charge at this particular point in time as they go nose to tail one more time. Colton Thorpe double really just not giving anybody any sort of space. The way he's been going here, the last couple of races, the last one in particular, where he really battled at the front as well here, and they are absolutely going nose to tail here as Deruti and Colton Thorpe double continue to battle here. Just well, there's no daylight between them now trying to go down the inside here as they are side by side. Are they going to try to take? Is he's going to try to do the switch back? He is. Is he going to be able to take the line? No. Tristiano Deruti is able to hold on to that position as they come down towards the final 2 corners here. Deruti able to take the turn and down this stretch, and here comes Colton Thorpe double side by side as they come down towards turn 1 here. Literally 1/100th of a second between them, and Colton Thorpe double is able to get by in going into turn 2. A very good move on, looked like the outside of turn 2, and gets him into the light bulb section as Colton Thorpe double winds up taking the lead from Tristiano Deruti. And there is going to be 1 lap after this one as we come up on the last 15 seconds of timing here. So there will be 1 lap left here in the LO 206 Junior final. Colton Thorpe double leading Tristiano Deruti Ray Hobbs, who's also in there, but the top four continue to battle here. As Colton Thorpe double trying to hold on here is Cristiano Derudi coming right back at him. We've got the starter who's got the white flag out. That means there is one lap of racing left here in the junior final as they go into turn number one. Colton Thorpe double able to hold off of turn one. There's Cristiano Derudi trying to get the move down the inside. That one's cut off there. Colton Thorpe double holding on at this particular point as they will come out of the light bulb section down the western section of the Greg Moore Raceway. As they will go down the back section here, they will turn to the left and come in towards view of the broadcast position here. Colton Thorpe double being harassed, but he's still able to hang on here so far. Cristiano Derudi trying to do what he can do here to try to get by. He's going to have about 3 more corners left as he's going to swing around the outside. Can he get the move done? Down the inside he comes. Cristiano Derudi has to be able to get towards the start-finish straight, maybe be able to make the move here. Can he do that? Colton Thorpe double, here they come. It looks like Colton Thorpe double is going to do it. He is going to win unofficially here and hold off Cristiano Derudi by 1/10 of a second. And fantastic set of racing there from the LO206 Junior Finals. Colton Thorpe double in the 199 cart wins that particular final. Cristiano Derudi, number 6 cart, comes in second. Roberto Carrasco comes in third in the 88 car. The top 5 round out Ray Hobbs and Tegan Klein here at the LO206 Junior Final. Step aside, be back in just a minute with just the continuation here from the Greg Moore Raceway. All right, away we go here. The Tag Masters Heavy Final has Jamie Pickles on pole position starting this final race of the weekend in this division. Marcus Erickson rounds out row number 1. Andy Jaffrey starts on row 2. He is third. Todd Martin rounds out row 2 in the 4th position. Franco Cagina is on row 3 starting 5th. Daniel Montanero is in 6th position. Robert Jukes, row 4 in 7th place. Daniel Jabillo is in 8th place. Helmut Buell is in 9th place. On row 5, Neil Tom is in row number 5, and he is rounds out row 5. And Josh Turner is on row 6, and he will wind up in the 6th row and final position of this particular heat. They will come around one more time with another formation lap, and then I believe we will get underway here. A 12-minute final here for the Tag Masters. It's been some pretty exciting racing for the most part here on a Sunday at the Greg Moore Raceway here in Chilliwack, British Columbia. It's a great day. It's been a nice day out here for us to be able to call this race. Yeah, For the Win Media, happy to be out here getting a chance to call some kart racing as oh man, it's more fun with the production behind the scenes. You can't explain what's going on, but we're enjoying ourselves back here as Jamie Pickles will lead the Masters final as the pole position sitter. 12-minute race. So we've actually had some pretty decent finals here. They've been very well contested, especially the last 2 or 3. They get separated a little bit to start with, but these car racers, man, oh man, the speed that they're able to perform at has been very impressive. We're just about set to go here in the Masters Finals. The acceleration point hits and away we go. Jamie Mickles turns into turn number 1. And he is immediately passed there by Marcus Ericsson. And Jamie Pickles winds up losing few positions, then winds up taking contact as well behind him. So our pole position sitter, winds up in 4th place. And Marcus Ericsson, who all of a sudden finds himself in free air all the way out and probably has a solid 3/4 of a second lead as we start very early in this race. Andy Jaffrey, Todd Martin was also there, Robert Jukes in that particular hunt, but field's already spread out there. But that wound up being Jamie Pickles picked up a, not only got a little sideways out of one of the corners in the light bulb section, but then took contact as well as our race leader comes across the start-finish line. Marcus Ericsson leads across the finish line, 55.7. is our first lap. Andy Jaffrey, Todd Martin round out our top 3. Jamie Pickles, Robert Jukes. And so we already have 7/10 of a second between our race leader Ericsson and Andy Jaffrey. So it's a big, big stretch here so far, but we're very early in this Masters final. Almost has the track to himself, it looks like at times, Marcus Ericsson, the way he's been driving so far here. But Andy Jaffrey has a look over his shoulder here as he's got Todd Martin, who is bearing down a little bit on him and going wide there. Looked like that's Robert Jukes, who got all sideways, and now Robert Jukes is now turned around. He's got a little out of sorts there, and he's going to wind up dropping all the way down there. Unfortunately for him, as he was running very well there, but looked like he got a little sideways and wound up spinning out down that back stretch. And so Robert Jukes will drop down to the bottom of the leaderboards here as Marcus Ericsson continues to go on here. Under 10 minutes to go in this Tag Masters final. He has a 9/10 lead here so far, a full second on Andy Jaffrey. So there is a lot of daylight there between the number 1 and number 2 carts as Andy Jaffrey in the number 215 cart winds up taking second position. Todd Martin, who's battling now with Jamie Pickles, and that's where the closest race is at the moment. Jamie Pickles, who is our pole sitter, wound up taking a hit of a couple of positions here, so he's trying to battle his way back through the field here as Marcus Ericsson sets now the fastest lap of the race, a 53.4, and that winds up being 2/10 better than Andy Jaffrey's last lap here. So there is a second of a gap building. Marcus Ericsson starting to pull away here a little bit as there's a 1 second gap between him and Andy Jaffrey. Todd Martin and Jamie Pickles are about 2/10, and that's where the battle is currently for 3rd and 4th spot. As Marcus Ericsson continues to be on his way and doing all right there as we have a look back down the field, and there's a pretty decent amount of racing going on behind them there as that's Helmut Buell and Daniel Montero who are battling for 5th and 6th positions, and there's a pretty decent battle going on back there as well. The rest of the field kind of spread out here a little bit as Marcus Ericsson comes down out here in front of us. Last lap of 53.3. It's about a 10th better than Andy Jaffrey, so he is building a 1.1 second gap with 8 minutes to go here. Todd Martin is 2.2 seconds back of Ericsson. So Marcus Ericsson making all sorts of headway here so far in this Masters final after Jamie Pickles, who, as we said, started on pole but had struggled and got a little bit out of sorts through, it looked like turns 2 and 3 and dropped a few positions. But Marcus Ericsson enjoying himself so far in this final with 7:44 to go. Andy Jaffrey in second. He's being chased by Todd Martins. Looks like that gap has come down a fair decent amount here. We'll see what happens as they come across the timing line at the end of this lap. Jansen across the line And they're still building here. But yeah, there's about a 3/10 gap between the third and fourth positions here. Andy Jaffrey just hanging out in second place and not able to make any inroads here so far. He did make a tenth up on that last lap, but still over a second of a gap forming between the leader Marcus Ericsson in the number 23 cart and Andy Jaffrey in the 215 cart. Todd Martin in third. He is followed by Jamie Pickles. Daniel Montero is in the number 5 position. Hamlet Buell's number 6. Daniel Jabillo in the number 7 position. Neil Tom in number 8. Robert Jukes is in the number 9 position as well. Josh Turner is also down there in the number 10 position. As Marcus Ericsson comes by again on that particular lap, and Andy Jaffrey for the first time in this final has started to make a bit of an impact here as he started to turn up that speed, because he has taken over 0.4 of a second out of Ericsson's lap as he sits 0.6 back now. Was 1.1 seconds back here. So Marcus Ericsson, as you can see physically, the gap who is starting to come down here, and Marcus Ericsson's being reeled in slowly here as that gap is noticeably smaller, and there is a battle on at the front as well as behind them. Todd Martin and Jamie Pickles still continuing to battle. Jamie Pickles hasn't been able to make any inroads back from the 4th position, but here comes Marcus Ericsson down that front stretch. Ericsson dumbing down into turn number 1, and he comes around there, and here is the timing coming through the start-finish line. Andy Jaffrey has cut it down again, so as you can see on your screen, that gap used to be over a second. There was a lot of daylight. Now they are sitting almost bumper to bumper here with 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this Tag Masters final. Marcus Ericsson trying to hold on here as Andy Jaffrey. Those two have really driven away from the rest of this field as Todd Martin, who's in the 3rd position, nearly 1.7 seconds back, and there is a lot of daylight between racers 3 and 4. But that's where the two battles are right here in this Tag Masters final. Marcus Ericsson just making the final turn around down this final stretch here towards the start-finish line. They come through, and that gap continues to come down as Andy Jaffrey now really solidly in contention now for a top step on the podium as Marcus Ericsson continues to try to hold on here as they come out of the light bulb section. They'll make the turn up in towards the back area here at the Greg Moore Raceway. As they continue to battle, these two here have been going hammer and tongs so far through the first 8 minutes of this race. As they continue, as Andy Jaffrey, who wound up taking almost 0.3 of a second out on the last lap as they hit the backstretch this time. And it's safe to say that these two have been in contention with each other here, as a little adjustment for Andy Jaffrey as he goes over the line here. And Andy Jaffrey winds up, he's been up 3 positions from where he started. Marcus Ericsson up 2 positions from where he started. And it winds up being, it's been a decent race here so far as Jamie Pickles rounds out the top 3 as he finally gets ahead of Todd Martin, as there's a big gap here between Jamie Pickles and that number 2 spot, as Andy Jaffrey still battling with Marcus Ericsson as they come down towards that back stretch. Ericsson and Jaffrey are starting to catch the back of the field. That's how good their pace has been these last few laps as they come across the line here. And Andy Jaffrey, who looks like he's finally reeling in Marcus Ericsson, now down to just over a 10.5 here. That gap was at 1.2 seconds at one point here, but Jaffrey seems like that he has found a lot of that pace that was lacking in the early going after Ericsson just seemed to have been able to drive off and check out a little bit here. But this race is definitely on now. 2.5 minutes to go here in this Tag Masters final. Marcus Ericsson, Andy Jaffrey in a 2-horse race at this particular point in time as they go down towards the back stretch here. Andy Jaffrey just sort of biding his time a little bit as they come around the final 2 corners towards the start-finish line in the pit straight. Marcus Ericsson, as he has for majority of the laps of this race, still continues to lead. Andy Jaffrey still cut about 1/100th of a second out of that lap as well. So we are conceivably going to be in a dead heat here shortly, although the lead has built a little bit here. And just having a look down the leaderboard, Jamie Pickles has started to open up a bit of a gap on Todd Martin for 3rd and 4th place. So the absolute place to be here in this race right now is at the very front, at the sharp end here. It is Marcus Ericsson in the number 23 cart and Andy Jaffrey in the number 215 cart. 1 and 2, Ericsson in the red racing suit, Andy Jaffrey in the green and white. Have a look here. We've got 80 seconds plus 1 lap left of the Tag Masters final here in Chilliwack as Marcus Ericsson continues to lead, looking for perhaps a move. Andy Jaffrey trying to get it done. Still can't find that move that he's looking for. Had a possible look down the inside of turn 1, but never did materialize as he continues to fall in behind Marcus Ericsson here. Marcus Ericsson over the start-finish line last time around, able to maybe get a little bit more breathing room there as that gap started to come down over and over again as Ericsson takes a little bit of air off of one of those curves as he had almost all 4 tires off the ground at one point there, and that has allowed Andy Jaffrey to drive right up onto the back of him. It looks like there will be 2 laps left after this one here in the Tag Masters final. Marcus Ericsson looking to see if he can get to the top step of the podium here as we will have 2 laps left. As we are back within a 1/10 of each other here. Marcus Ericsson, last lap there, a 53.5, and dead heat with Andy Jaffrey at a 53.5. So the story here of this Tag Master final is going to be these last 2 laps. Jamie Pickles winds up. He's taken out another 3/4 tenths, so he looks like he's firmly entrenched in 3rd place if he's able to keep it on the road. But this is where the story will be. Marcus Ericsson, as the gap has come way down now, as they will head towards the back straight here at Greg Moore. The Tag Masters final is going to come down to 1 lap left as we have the white flag that is just about set to wave for the top 2 here as they head towards the pit straight and the start-finish line. Marcus Ericsson over the line, a 1/10.5 up here as they go down in towards the light bulb section here at Greg Moore. Tag Masters final. Ericsson just trying to hold the racing line here. Andy Jaffrey in the 215 has not been able to find a way through at this point. He has been pretty close at some points here, but hasn't been close enough to have a look either on the outside or inside. As they come around now the back stretch here, they will set it towards the back half of the Greg Moore Raceway here. Marcus Ericsson looks comfortable at this point. Can Andy Jaffrey find any sort of daylight here as they come through the final 2 corners? Is there going to be an opportunity here as they try to send it here? Andy Jaffrey had a look, but Marcus Ericsson over the line. He will win by 8/100ths of a second from cart 215. Andy Jaffrey, Jamie Pickles, who was our race leader when we started this final, winds up taking the 3rd spot on the podium, 5/10ths back. A good recovery drive from Jamie Pickles. Todd Martin, number 4. Daniel Montanaro rounds out the top 5. Robert Jukes, Daniel Jabillo in 7th. Helmut Buell in 8th. Neil Taunt in 9th. And I got Josh Turner sitting in 10th, unofficially here for the Tag Masters final. Back in just a minute with the next race. All right, away we go. The LO206 Cadet Final. We've got 4 racers set up here in a 10-minute plus 1 lap configuration. We have Sebastian Moore, Madonna Racing. He is in the number 44 cart. He is in the pole position for this particular final. Tyler Chan in the number 20 cart is going to be in number 2 position. Max Green, number 17 cart. He's in 3rd position. And Braden Fry will round out the top 4 positions here as a 4-cart race here of the Cadet Final, as they will go down towards the start-finish line. Do one more formation lap. We'll come back with this 10-minute race with the play-by-play here shortly. Just back in just a second. All right, here we go. The LOS 206 Cadet Final. We got 4 racers: Sebastian Moore, Tyler Chan, Max Green, and Braden Fry. We have 10 minutes plus 1 lap here. As we have signal from the back, we are set to go. And we have a green flag, and away we go here. As Sebastian Moore will lead them away, followed by Max Green, Tyler Chan, and Braden Fry as we go into turn number 1 and 2. As we settle in here for the Cadet Final. 10 minutes plus 1 lap here as we are just over halfway through our final event laps of the races of the afternoon. Got the shifter final coming up shortly, tag senior final after that one, the junior final, and the tag elite mini final that comes up as well after this race. So stay tuned here. We've actually been some the finals for the most part. There has not been a lot of drive away and not a lot to talk about. There has been some very exciting action here at the Greg Moore Raceway, and happy to be along here with you. It's the crew for the Win Media. Once again, thanks everybody to the production staff and the camera guys and girls behind the scenes. Robbie Snooks, who's sitting beside me, who's looking after everything as far as the production go. Once again, guys, fantastic work, and happy to be along here. I'm Ryan Zaitzoff. Thanks for tuning in and checking out the final events here at Greg Moore this weekend. Sebastian Moore across the line with a 103.9 in that first lap of the race. He's about just over 1.2 seconds ahead, so he's been able to drive off into the distance here a little bit as far as the beginning of this race goes. But we'll see. Like I said, so we get this the gap that's sort of tends to string out, and then it kind of comes down once you get towards the end of the race. But with only 4 racers out there, he says you're going to have maybe perhaps not the battles you've seen with it, or get the condensed fields that happen that we've seen over the last 4 or 5 races here. So Sebastian Moore leads them over the line here, 8 tenths back. 8 tenths back, and he's trailed by Max Green about 7 tenths back of him as well. So we're still status quo here through the first couple of laps here, and just to keep in mind, going forward here. Says if you have video production needs for anything along the lines with these sports audiences and stuff, I can absolutely attest to the fact. Says I'm also part of the production crew that looks after the Chilliwack Jets and the Junior A hockey as well. Visit forthewinmedia.ca. They are able to help out with all your production needs, and get a chance to talk to Mr. Robbie Snooks, who looks after all of the stuff on a day-to-day basis. So forthewin.ca is where you're looking for all your production needs. Sebastian Moore is a over the line here with 1 minute .8, and he's opened up a 3/10 lead over Tyler Chan. Max Green still about 1.6 seconds back in the number 17 car. Braden Fry has dropped well off the pace at this particular point, and he is just over 5 seconds back as we get through the timing portions here. And it does look like that Sebastian Moore is being reeled in here a little bit by Tyler Chan. And as we said, we have seen this happen before where the field does get strung out, but especially when the racing gets going here, you start to see the leaders sort of get reeled in, and because they all know that there's a certain amount of time that's involved. But it all matters where you are at the end of the race, not matters where you are 4 or 5 laps in as we reach lap number 4. And Tyler Chan, as we've said, he's starting to close the gap. He says he has a just having a look, took a 10th out of Sebastian Moore's lap, and now he is literally right on top of him here as they go down into the light bulb section on the western end of, the eastern end of the Greg Moore Raceway as he goes back towards the backstretch. And these two are going to have, it looks like a battle here so far as the gap has closed to definitely down within a 10th as they come racing down in front of us down the mid-straight as Max Green now comes into view. But these two, and this is where the race is going to happen, it looks like. We're just coming up on the halfway mark here of this cadet final as Sebastian Moore in the 44 cart has a look around over his shoulder to see who's there, and the answer is the number 20 of Tyler Chan as Tyler Chan tucks in behind here. Is he going to make the move down into turn 1? He goes left, goes around the out, goes around the inside as we have a look, and there he goes. He gets the job done there as Tyler Chan finally takes over the number 1 position from Sebastian Moore, as Tyler Chan, who took, like I said, about 4/10 out of that last lap, but made the move down the inside of turns 1 and 2, and that seems to be a spot that a lot of that racing gets done. And speaking of that, here comes Sebastian Moore. These two are battling on the inside, as with 4 competitors only in this particular race, there is a battle at the front. We'll be interested to see if Max Green can get himself back into contention the more that these two squabble at the front. See where the timing is. Max Green was 3 seconds back here. Don't know if he's picked up that much spot or that much time in the 3rd position here as Moore leads Chan as he comes around the start-finish straight and down, and here they come across the timing line here. Sebastian Moore has a 10th on him here. Sebastian Moore looks like he's been able to at least survive turns 1 and 2, but Tyler Chan, who is right on his tail, and sure enough, Max Green, who's taken 3/10 out of the lead on that particular lap, 2.7 seconds back. So that lead is coming down here. So one of the things that you always try to keep an eye on here is you're going to make moves at the front, but that's going to bring in the people behind you here. We'll see what happens. It looks like now that Max Green has perhaps fallen back a little bit further off the pace this time around, as there hasn't been a lot of battling going on at the front. Sebastian Moore still continuing to hold his ground here against Tyler Chan. Tyler Chan had a lead for about a half a lap or so, but since then Sebastian Moore has really been able to keep himself in the catbird spot, as Tyler Chan perhaps looking to try to make another move here, but he follows him into turns 1 and 2 as he swings wide, coming down into turn 3, still not going to do anything, and they're just going to settle in here as we have 2 minutes 35 seconds to go in this LO206 cadet final. Sebastian Moore continues to lead down this backstretch, and they will come down through the S-curve here and onto the mid-straight in front of us as they continue back towards the back straight area here at Greg Moore Raceway. That gap still continues. It was a 1/10 of a second as they came over the line during the last stretch. I think he's probably within that or even a little bit more here as Sebastian Moore continues to lead in the 44 car as he comes through the final 2 turns and on to the pit straight. Under 2 minutes to go here in the LO206 cadet final. As right on cue, Sebastian Moore with a 10.5 second lead over Tyler Chan. Max Green has checked out 3.778 seconds back of the leader. So it is going to be a 2-kart race the rest of the way here. If these two can keep it on the road, Sebastian Moore being harassed here as the daylight starts to eke out here a little bit. They're going to be right on top of each other here shortly as they come past our broadcast position here. Sebastian Moore turns on the outside, trying to go around, trying to keep that racing line where he wants it here as Tyler Chan looks like he's exactly the same spot where he's been. Now he starts to perhaps make a bit of a move here as he started to close that gap a little bit, but it looks like that Sebastian Moore continues to hold the line here. Yeah, still a 10th between them, so really hasn't come down here as we look up at 35 seconds left in this cadet final. So there will probably be 2 laps left here as we come down towards the light bulb section. This will be a 2-kart race as it has been through the final 10 minutes. As Sebastian Moore, Tyler Chan has been close most of this time, but just hasn't been able to repeat the move into turn 1 and 2 that he had back on lap 3. So it's been Sebastian Moore's race more or less from start to finish here. But we will see as we come around the final couple of corners. We do have a white flag out, which means one more lap of racing here for the LO206 cadet final. Sebastian Moore, a 7/100ths of a second lead, and there's an opportunity to switch back. Is he going to be able to get it done? Tyler Chan trying to hold the inside line there side by side through turns 2 and 3. They come around turn 4, but Sebastian Moore is able to hold the line. That was probably the best opportunity Tyler Chan had a look at it, but could not make the move stick. And Sebastian Moore continues on as they will come down the straight. And here he comes, and there's a contact there. Tyler Chan into the back, and he's still not done yet. Can he find a move, perhaps around the outside of the final couple of turns? The switchback. We've seen that happen, but they continue to find no space. Now here he comes. Here's the opportunity for Tyler Chan. He can't do anything to get around that corner. Here comes Sebastian Moore down the stretch. Moore is going to wind up taking the victory here in the LO206 cadet final. Tyler Chan picks up the silver medal position. Max Green rounds out the podium with Brandon Fry in 4th place. An unofficial result here, but a decent race at the front end. It's been a theme here so far at Greg Moore on this Sunday. Back in a few minutes.
I can go over to Drew. I've kind of been doing like 2 races. I'll go to Drew after this race.
All right, here we go. This is the tag senior final. And we have Tanner Bowman, who is going to start on pole position. Tanner Bowman, Derek Wang is number 2. Andre Tarkroskin is number 3. Leo Lin, Toby Lean in 4 and 5. Dugray Mosert. Igor Turbidich is in the 7th position. Ian Peary is in the 8th position. Jacob Markowitz is in the 9th position. Juliana Dionova is in the 10th position. And Luca Lyra round out the top 11, or the 11 racers. Those two at the back wound up with a wound up just having a look here at the screen, and that winds up being Luca Lyra, who collided with Juliana Dionova during the pre-final, and it looks like Luca Lyra is out, and he has lost one of the wheels off his cart, and so it looks like we are under yellow conditions here, as right out here in front of us on the start-finish straight. So they will have to recover the cart of Luca Lyra. So we are going to wind up with 10 racers here, as Tanner Bowman, Derek Wang, and Andrei Tarnoskin will be the top 3 once we get underway here. And we will be back with the call of the race here shortly once they get the cart removed here from the start-finish area.
Somewhere over there, I'm not sure where, but
Okay, looks like they're formed up, and we're going to be ready to go racing here. So looks like they're going to leave the 391 cart of Luca Lyra on the side of the racetrack here. So looks like, as curious to see, is we still have a yellow flags out, but it looks like we are about to set to go here. So just having a look at the timing screens here, but we are set to go, and indeed we are going racing here as Tanner Bowman leads them down into turn number 1. And it looks like that's Derek Wang who wound up taking the lead in the early going here as they come out through the light bulb section of turns 2 and 3. It is Derek Wang who does lead Tanner Bowman, and Derek Wang, who was very good in the pre-final. So these two had a pretty darn good battle before, and that should set up really well here. A 12-minute race plus 1 lap, and so settle in here, because while the races may get strung out a little bit here, it has a tendency to bunch up come the very end. So we will have a look here, as that is going to be, I believe Derek Wang is indeed coming over that line. He will lead the senior final over the line for the first time. He leads by just over 1/10 of a second from Tanner Bowman and Andrei Taraskin, at 3/10 behind the leader. The 4th place cart, 398 Leo Lin, is 6/10 back here as they come down towards turn number 1. Derek Wang still leading, but he's got a whole mirror full of Tanner Bowman, who is right on top of him here. And these two battled, I believe, in the last race in the pre-final. So, as I said, this is going to set up fairly well. The top 4, Taraskin and Lin behind them, have separated themselves a little bit here, but we still have 10.5 minutes to go in this particular race. So Derek Wang, who had a first lap of around a 54.6. We'll see when he comes over the line here what they're setting the pace at there. Yeah, 53.0. 041, 53.021. And then there's Andy Taraskin, who's behind him at a 52.9. So the top 3 separated by 3/10 of a second. And then you've got Leo Lin, who's behind him, just trying to keep pace here. So the midfield is also stacked up together behind them of Toby Lin, Dugray Mosert, Ian Perry, and Igor Trubovich. And so there is racing going on all over, but we're having a look here at the front end. seeing what Derek Wang can possibly hang on there. As had a look around the outside of that was Tanner Bowman, but he's still absolutely just trying to see if he can have a look as they come around the final two corners here. Tanner Bowman being pursued by the 355 card of Taraskin as they would all come across that start-finish line. Taraskin, who holds the fastest lap of the race here at a 52.6, so he's still about a tenth and a half faster than the two carts in front of him. So there is lots of racing to go here. Tanner Bowman still just 6/100ths of a second back across the start-finish line, and that gap has come down a little bit there, but that is going to wind up being Tanner Bowman, who does take the leads through turns 1 and 2, and now he will try to drive away here a little bit and has opened up a very nice gap here through the first half of that lap. Boy, he's taken the clean air, the free air out in front of him as he comes down to the final two corners here as he gets towards that start-finish straight. Around that final corner, down towards the start-finish straight. Tanner Bowman leads by almost 7/10 of a second over one lap. Boy, oh boy, has he ever taken off. And they're still in striking distance here, but looks like Tanner Bowman almost, it looked like that Derek Wang, who has slid down all the way down to fourth position. I don't know if something happened on that particularly last lap. As I have a look here, and Derek Wang, almost 8/10 difference on that one lap. So maybe some contact, something happened along those lines. Maybe took a corner incorrectly, but there is a big gap building right now. Tanner Bowman, who has led in a lot of these pre-finals, as he's been very comfortable out in front. And so far, so good here for him in the number 11 cart as he's driving away, running his own race at this point. Almost another 7/10 he pulled out in that last particular lap. 1.4 seconds nearly between him and the silver medal position currently of cart number 355, Andrei Taraskin. So as we get towards the 7-minute mark here of this final, Tanner Bowman in the number 11 cart. As the noticeable gap is still building here, and looks like that Tanner Bowman, his last lap of 51.8, and that is 8/10 faster than Andrei Taraskin. So the gap is very noticeable going up here. This is, I'm going to expect this is going to be upwards of 1 3/4 seconds. We were at 1.4. How far away are we now as we come across that start-finish line? Over 2 seconds, and so Tanner Bowman really taking advantage of being able to get through the field. And while he may have been behind Derek Wang for a little bit of time, Tanner Bowman now has just checked out, and he is starting to build a big gap here as his last lap into the 51s, 51.7. So he is been dominant here so far. Now, we have seen in these finals that the pack has been able to reel in most of these racers, especially when they get out to a fairly large lead. Tanner Bowman shows no sign of that happening whatsoever here, as Taraskin's going to be winding up in a battle here with Leo Lin and Derek Wang, who are all within about 5/10 of each other as they come in across the line. And Tanner Bowman still takes another 6/10 out of that last lap. Now 2.6 seconds up on the number 2 racer. So 2, 3, and 4 are all within about 8/10 of each other. So the battle for positions is going to be in the 2, 3, and 4 spots. And you have a look there as Tanner Bowman comes through. But behind them, it's just the 2, 3, and 4 carts as Tanner Bowman running his own race here. And that gap is about to go up, I'm going to guess, even further than the 2.6 seconds he had going into the last timing point here. As here come the racers down the start-finish straight here. Bowman goes over with a 51.7 in the last stretch here. And wow, he's still pulling out nearly 6/10 of a second. It's just on a torrid pace at this point as he continues to lead. 3.332 seconds between the two drivers at the top of this particular race and heat here. Tanner Bowman leads Andrei Tarnaskin by Leo Lynn, who's in third place, 4 seconds back of the leader, Derek Wang, who's was about a 10th back here. So the positionings 2, 3, and 4 is basically where the story is at this particular point and time. Led by Andrei Tarnaskin, who comes out of the final 2 turns here as he is chasing Tanner Bowman. But can Tarnaskin be able to hold off Leo Lynn? Tarnaskin across the line, and he's about 5/10 up on Leo Lynn, about 8/10 up on Derek Wang. Tanner Bowman, just for the record here, took another 4/10 out of the lead as he's building a 4-second gap. And this is the first time we've seen in any one of these finals someone just drive off into the distance and have a Sunday drive on his own. But boy, oh boy, is he just setting a torrid pace out there at this particular point. Tanner Bowman's leads the fastest, the best lap on track so far for this session, 51.7. And he's still lapping around 51.9. So, I mean, he's right there. And it's pretty impressive to be able to keep up that pace as we get towards the end of this particular heat. And again, as I just say that, his last lap winds up at a 51.8. So they're lapping very well here as he took out the gap, still just under 5 seconds here to Tarnaskin in second place. So we'll keep a focus here on laps 2, 3, and positions 2, 3, and 4, who are all within about 6/10 of each other, as Tarnaskin, Leo Lynn, and Derek Wang, who are the 3 that are right in contention here. As that winds up being Tarnaskin, who's just trying to hold off Leo Lynn and Derek Wang. There really hasn't been a lot that has come through There's been a lot of position changes between these 3, but this is where the story will be as we come up on 2 minutes and 25 seconds, plus the 1 lap left in this race. Tarnaskin, who had about a 3/10 lead as he went over the line last time, still about that gap, 3/10 to Leo Lynn. Derek Wang, who's closed the gap a little bit, down to about 2/10 as they go into the light bulb section here and onto the backside of the Greg Moore Raceway, as Tarnaskin just trying to keep it in the middle of the road, just trying to hold on here. But these 3 have been within about a second of each other, but there just hasn't been a lot of opportunity for either one of them to try to get past Tarnaskin. Derek Wang had a look at the moment there down the inside for one of the turns, but just couldn't actually make it happen here, as Tanner Bowman still out front here, just set the fastest lap of the race at a 51.7. So Tanner Bowman's actually going faster, and he's now 6.2 seconds clear. So as long as he's able to keep it on the road here, he's going to wind up fairly comfortably winning the Tag Senior Final here. As we come up on 1 minute to go, we have 4/10 between Tarnaskin and Leo Lynn, and 2/10 between Leo Lynn and Derek Wang. So there is podium position still on the ask for these 3 here. Who is going to wind up on the second and third step of the podium here? Believe Tanner Bowman, without giving too much away here, I think that Tanner Bowman's going to drive off into the sunset with the win here in the senior final. But these 3 still have 36 seconds plus 1 lap. So we are going to get 2 laps left here as they come across the start-finish line. It is 4/10. Tarnaskin leads by Leo Lynn for second and third. And then Derek Wang still 3/10 back. So there's only 6/10 between second and fourth place here. Still 2 podium positions. There really hasn't been a lot of change in that particular order. Andrei Tarnaskin still has kept the number 2 position for the majority of these 13 laps that these racers have had here, as we clock towards 0 seconds. And now we officially will have 1 lap left as our race leader, BBR Karting Incorporated Tanner Bowman in the 11 car, comes across the start-finish line, does another fastest lap at 51.6, and he has been flying through the tag senior final as Andrei Tarnaskin, who leads by about 3/10 here, as he will try to see if he can hang on. He's done very well so far, but we'll have a look here as Tarnaskin still battling with Leo Lynn. Tarnaskin looks like he's going to wind up hanging on here, as this it's been the closest racing we've had on this particular final, but it does look like Tarnaskin's going to hold on as it winds up. Looks like Tanner Bowman's just about set to come around the final corner, down the start-finish straight. He will win in a class of his own today. Tanner Bowman wins the tag senior final unofficially, as Andrei Tarnaskin is going to be able to come off the final corner. He is going to wind up taking the second step on the podium. Leo Lynn winds up taking the third and final spot on the podium. Derek Wang, Igor Turbovich, Ian Peary, Toby Lean, Juliana Dianova, and Dogre Mozart round out the top 9 here at the tag senior final. Okay, the tag junior final, as we're just having a look at the staging area here. And that looks like it's Arjun Gill, who is scheduled to be in third position here, but still sitting in the staging area here. So we have a grid so far of Holden Newington in the 236 cart. He will start on pole. Tegan Klein rounds off the top 2 here in the first row. That will wind up being Mason Bremster. Will wind up in number 3. Mateo Pai in number 4. Sebastian Dimozic will wind up in number 5. Carson Chung in position number 6. Leon Chawowski in position number 7. Andrew Bench in position number 8. Mio Erickson will wind up on row number 5. Jack Harbridge will wind up in the end of row number 5, and Evan Lee winds up in the 11th position. And now, looks like that might throw the positioning off here a little bit as we just have a look, as that winds up being Arjun Gill, who was able to actually get going. So that might change positioning here and there, but we will have a look here shortly as we are looking for Arjun Gill, who is still looking at the track map here to see if we can see him. There he comes right here in front of us. So we expect him to be trying to chase down the pack here as the pack's going to come around the second and third to last corner. We have a rolling start here. So Holden Newington is going to lead them away here as they come down into the acceleration point, and we are about to go racing. Tag Junior Final is underway, and we are off. It is a 10-minute race here. Holden Newington leads going into that first corner as everybody gets through properly into turn number 1 and 2. And into the light bulb section we go here at Greg Moore Raceway. That winds up being Holden Newington and Mason Bemster, who's wind up to being able to hold second place. Tegan Klein still in there. And the top 3 remain unchanged for this particular point. Let's come down in front of us here as the top 2 continue on, and the field has been able to hold themselves together here through the first lap. And Newington, as we have a racer who has come off the course here, looks like down in the light bulb section, so we will keep an eye on that. There may be a racing yellow as they come around that corner. Holden Newington leads Mason Bemster by just under 0.2 of a second, and we do have a yellow flag, and so they will have to slow her down just a little bit as they have a cart in the wall, and that looks like that's most likely going to be Evan Lee that wound up taking the hit into the wall of that light bulb section here into turn 3 or 4. So to see what they can do to recover that. But action continues here underway as Holden Newington puts in a 54.3 on his first lap, trying to hold his lead, and he's been able to do that so far as Mateo Pai trying to get by here. Has to tuck himself back into Mason Bemster. And down that start-finish straight, Holden Newington down in there. He's going to wind up with a 0.5 lead of Mateo Pai. Mason Bemster, who's behind him, just about a 10th back as well. So the top 3 separated by 0.2 of a second. Tegan Klein is 0.2 back of that. So we've got a decent race here through the first couple of minutes. As I'm just having a look here to see if Arjun Gill, I don't believe, wound up. Let's just have to look as he comes through here. I don't think Arjun Gill wound up going back out. He wound up, no, he's not in that as well. So it looks like that Arjun Gill didn't wind up, as we have 2 retirements in this final. Arjun Gill and Evan Lee both out. So we'll keep an eye on the front of the pack here as Holden Newington continues to hold on here as he goes down the start-finish straight, being pursued there by Mateo Pai. As they come across the line here, Mateo Pai sets the fastest lap here so far, a 52.6, 0.2 better than Holden Newington. So he's cut that gap in half as they go into the light bulb section down that far end of the Greg Moore Raceway here in Chilliwack. 21 degrees. It's, I don't know about the sunny forecast, but it's at least not raining. I blame the weatherman. I don't know who that is, Robbie. Into the mid-straight here as they swing around to the right and on their way towards the back straight here. Holden Newington is still continuing to hold on as we are into lap number 3 of this race. 6 minutes, 38 seconds plus 1 lap left here of the Tag Junior Final. It's only a couple more races to go for this weekend here at Greg Moore Raceway. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate the having a look in at exciting action here on a Sunday, and some pretty darn good races that have come down right to the very wire in the final section of this Sunday. As the junior final continues on here, as we have Newington, who had a 0.2 lead over Mateo Pai as he crossed the start-finish straight the last time here, as that winds up being basically the theme here so far, as we have Newington and Pai battling against each other. We have Bemster and Tegan Klein currently locked in just behind them in the last podium position place here. So about halfway through this race, and we're just into our fourth, going on to our fifth lap. Holden Newington still holding the lead since he had it from the very beginning of this race. And he just set another fastest lap, 52.3. And Mateo Pai is just holding in there, about a tenth back that last time through. So 0.3 back. And looks like these two have settled into a pretty decent duel. And we didn't see anybody catch Tanner Bowman in the last particular set of races. He just drove off into the sunset. But most of these finals have had the leaders wind up jockeying for position and wind up bringing the midfield pack back into the race at some point here. So it'll be interesting to see if Newington and Pai can wind up being able to sort themselves out without bringing Mason Bemster or Andrew Bench into it. They're currently 2.5 seconds back as the leaders come down in front of us here, as Mateo Pai pops in a 52.330, and basically those two, Newington and Pai, doing the same last lap. So good pace for those two. 0.3 back. Mateo Pai still finds himself here, and that's been a theme here for the last couple of laps, is just seem to bide their time here a little bit as they come down out in front of us here on the mid straight, and they swing themselves back towards the outer half of the Greg Moore Raceway here and towards the back straight, as Holden Newington's just able to hold on here, and now has really been able to open up a bit of a gap, as Andrew Bench was 2.4 seconds back through the last timing point here. I think he's going to be a long ways back this time, as almost 2.7 seconds back. So this is going to wind up being a two-kart race between the 236 of Holden Newington and the number 208 of Mateo Pai, as they come down into the light bulb section here towards the eastern end of the Greg Moore Raceway. Holden Newington, who has led from pole position, and with 3 minutes and 22 seconds left, looks like he's so far hasn't really gotten a challenge from Mateo Pai. Mateo Pai got close, probably on lap number 2. We're on lap number 7 now, but Newington's been very good as far as just being able to pick his line properly. He really hasn't gotten out of sorts, and he swings onto the start-finish straight here. He will come through, and that lap is, the lap time is now building here as Mateo Pai now almost 4.5 tenths down. So he's just trying to keep tabs on Newington. As I said, it doesn't matter where you are in lap 8. It matters where you are when the checkered flag comes out. So they have checked out of the other two racers behind them, though, is Andrew Bench, 2.8 seconds back, and Mason Bemster at 3.4 seconds back. So Andrew Bench looks solidly in position to take a podium spot at this particular point in time. But Holden Newington continues on his way, and that gap is pretty much the same, it looks like. Maybe a little bit less, but really Mateo Pai hasn't been able to get to do a whole heck of a lot. He took about 6/100ths of a second out of that last lap, so 4/10 back Mateo Pai. But as you see on the video here, says they do look a lot closer as they swing themselves into the light bulb section and down on towards the back area here at Greg Moore. And it looks like that Mateo Pai, who still looks at least closer, or at least physically closer than he did, and he started to pick up some, boy, he really took him, sent it through that middle section, because he has become noticeably closer now, and now these two here are going to be probably within 2/10 as he's taken half of his race time out. And here comes Mateo Pai as he comes around the outside, trying to find perhaps a better line. And now, does he try to have a look into turn 1? He might just do that. Here he goes to the inside, but he can't get it on the inside, and backed out of it wisely there, as Mateo Pai was within 1.5 tenths there of Holden Newington. Newington shut the door very well there, but Mateo Pai was absolutely within striking distance there. And it's good to see here as we come up on 45 seconds to go, and these two are going to have a right old battle here as Pye looked like he was got a little bit out of sorts, at least going into that turn, but doesn't seem to have affected him that much. And it's going to be about a tenth of a gap here, tenth of a second gap. It'll be very interesting coming down this back stretch. Let's see what winds up happening. Mateo Pye, he's a little further back than he was last time. Is he going to make that turn into turn one? No, he's not going to do it this time. And Newington's able to hold off and keep him at least behind him for the time being as we come up on 8 seconds to go here. So we are going to have one last lap. Mateo Pye trying to be able to reel in the 236 card of Holden Newington. Hasn't been able to do it so far. Newington is able to hold himself at least out in front for the time being. Let's see what winds up happening here. Andrew Bench solidly in the third position. Doesn't look like he's going to be troubled, but there is a little bit of a queue forming behind him, so we'll see what winds up happening. As I just have a look here, there is a little bit of daylight there, but here we go. One final lap, 3/10 back. Mateo Pye trying to catch Holden Newington as we go in towards the light bulb section here. As these two have been battling all race long here for the last 10 minutes or so. We are on the white flag lap as Holden Newington trying to just drive himself and keep himself in the middle of the road, trying to make himself nice and big here, but it doesn't look like Mateo Pye is going to be able to at least see if he can get around at least somewhere towards the back end of this lap, but it looks like that Holden Newington is going to be able to hold off Mateo Pye as they come around the final stretch and down the pit straight. And there it is. Holden Newington takes the victory here in the tag junior final, defeating Mateo Pye in the 208 cart. The 4/10 gap. And so Holden Newington sets a fantastic last lap there to bring home the number one position there. Andrew Bench winds up taking the third spot and final spot on the podium. Mason Bemster and Sebastian de Mozek round out the top five here unofficially of the tag junior final.
Just another call for rental transponders if you finish your final. If you have a rental transponder, please return it to registration. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Shifter final has Bruce Baldo, Checkered Flag Racing, who's the number 19 card. He's going to wind up on pole position here. Daniel Montero is in the
As we're just having a look here, as we're populating, as I'm listening to, reading the stuff, and now it starts to turn on me here. So there we go. Now I start to see it. Okay, let's try this again. Grayson Thorpe double. We've heard his name a few times, and once again finds himself in pole position here for the shifter final. David Scorn winds up in second place. Row 2 is Oliver Stone in the 86 cart with Jamie Pickles at row 2. Daniel Montanero starts on row 3 with Arthur Lee, Robbie Arthur, along with Robert Jukes, Bruce Baldo, Patrick Klein are carts number 9 and 10 in this race, and Frank Stokovac, the VP for the club here, starts in the 11th position. Well, we've just about set here as the form-up lap, and we've got 12 minutes of shifter racing as they are set to come down this stretch, and it is going to be Grayson Thorpe double who is going to lead them away to the acceleration point, and we are racing here at the Greg Moore Raceway as Thorpe double leads the charge into turn number 1. And he is followed closely there by David Scorn from Midnight Motorsports. About a tenth of a gap there. And we are underway here. A couple of more races left on the calendar here. And we've enjoyed having you along for our broadcast here today, covering the West Coast Racing. As it's been a very, very competitive and very, very interesting last couple of hours here of racing. Is Grayson Thorpe double, who has built up a fairly decent gap on his first lap here, probably looking between 2 and 3 tenths as he comes firing down this main stretch, and sure enough, building about even more than that, about a 5 tenths gap. And still a long ways to go, 11 minutes to go here in this race, but it's a pretty darn good first lap from him. David Scorn and then Oliver Stone in the 86 cart is rounding out the top 3, but Oliver Stone 6 tenths back, and after that, Daniel Montanero in the 738 cart is over 2 seconds back of the leaders. So the top 3 separating themselves fairly well here so far. These guys are just flying around here as Grayson Thorpe double winds up with a 53.1 on that first lap. So you're getting a sense that these kart racers, how fast these guys are going, because you can't really appreciate it too much on television, but anybody who sat there and watched this live, it's been pretty impressive, especially for me, who hasn't seen this before today, but it's been a pleasure being here. So Grayson Thorpe double, a 51.6 on that last particular lap, and has eked out over a 1.5 second gap. So a second he has found on one particular lap, and he has driven out in front of everybody else, and there is a big gap forming here at this particular point as the race gets spread out here a little bit. Top 3 are Thorpe double, Oliver Stone, and David Scorn, but there is almost a 2 second gap between those 3, and it does appear that this race is settled in here, but the field has absolutely already spread itself out, and I haven't seen a lot of finals that just have been dominated by one racer. We've seen one of those so far of the 8 we've had here so far. So Grayson Thorpe double just out of that light bulb section down the end of Greg Moore here, and as we just see him sort of, I don't see a lot of anybody else in the shot here, but Oliver Stone in that particular, in that last lap there, through 3 laps, been able to at least maintain some sort of touching distance here. We'll see here as it looks like he's fallen well behind here so far, as Grayson Thorpe double has absolutely looked a class of his own here so far through the first couple of minutes, and he put another 0.4 of a second of a lead, now growing that lead to over 2 seconds here as Grayson Thorpe double winds up on the fastest lap here so far, a 50.9 so far, and he continues to pull away at this particular point. As we just have a look, 86 to Oliver Stone, 2 seconds back, and then Oliver Stone has a 2-second gap to David Shorn in the 57 cart, and that's where the top three sit at this point. Daniel Montanaro in the 738 cart is about a second back of that in 4th place, and Robbie Arthur sits about 8/10 back in 5th place at this particular point in time. The production people just doing some fact checking here, and I don't think they're correct. But anyways, thanks, Robbie. We just having a look at the resumption of our race here. Just having a look down at some numbers. Grayson Thorpe put in a 51.0 in that last lap, so still pulling 0.3 of a second out of not the actual Oliver Stone, but just an Oliver Stone in the 86 car. So he is doing his best to maintain any sort of touching distance here with Grayson Thorpe double, but we've seen Thorpe double really just sort of drive away from people here in a lot of cases, and he's been involved in some pretty decent racing here so far. But so far through the first half of this shifter final, it has been one man who's been on a mission here so far, as he just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 50.9, and that is almost 0.5 better than Oliver Stone. So the gap building to 2.8 seconds, and get into those situations where you wind up just trying to hold the line, hold the right driving line here for Grayson Thorpe double. But just having a look back here is there isn't a lot of action going on as far as any sort of battles go on. We've had Oliver Stone's 2.8 back, and then we've got David Shorn, who's 6.1 seconds back. So we have a whole bunch of different carts in a whole bunch of different areas of the racetrack the way it's going. Usually you get to see the carts all sort of jammed up together, and that still just hasn't happened. As you can see on the track map in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, says there's a lot of spread here at this particular point in time. So David Shorn just set up a 51.8, his best lap here so far. So he's cruising along fairly well in 3rd place, and very solidly in 3rd place, but not really able to do anything as far as trying to chase down the 86 cart of Oliver Stone. But we'll see how that goes here as we come up on 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Grayson Thorpe double just headed down the back stretch here as he comes out of the final 2 corners, and that will set him up coming up onto the 8th lap of this particular race. And yeah, he's just lapping in the 50.9, so he's been very consistent, as you can imagine, with a 4.5 second lead at this particular point. Oliver Stone, who started 3rd, has managed to pick up at least 1 spot here, so he's been can be really happy with that. And so far so good for the top 3, just really status quo. As looking down the field here in 4th place, 738, Daniel Montanaro is 11 seconds back. Robbie Arthur in the 335 car is about 12.5 seconds back. So there is a race down the back in the midfield there for 4th and 5th spot. It's about as close as you're going to get. The rest of the field is pretty spread out here as we watch Grayson Thorpe come through, and he's still managing around a 51 last lap. So it's he's still pulling out time though, as Oliver Stone winds up with a 51.6, and so they've managed to at least get that lead and been able to manage that lead as we watch the rest of these carts come around here as Grayson Thorpe double goes on to the back half of the lap here. This will be the end of the 9th lap, 3 minutes 40 seconds to go here in this shifter final that has been dominated by the number 36 cart, as Oliver Stone still trying to maintain touching distance, but at 4.8 seconds it's been a pretty tough thing to do, And they get towards the end of this lap here, and Grayson Thorpe Double just put in over a 1.2 seconds faster lap than Oliver Stone on that particular last lap. So he is flying 6 seconds clear of the second place 86 car. David Scorn at over 10 seconds back. So the top three seem to be fairly locked in at this point, given the racing conditions the way they are. The only battle that we can see right now is between the 4th and 5th positions of the 738 Daniel Montanaro, who is has a separation of about 3/10 with Robbie Arthur in the 335 car. So that's the only real track action that we can find at this particular point, as Grayson Thorpe Double continues just steaming past us here. We'll just have a look. Last time he was 6 seconds back. He just pulled out another second, 7 seconds clear of Oliver Stone. He just continues to hammer in the fast laps here, as almost Grayson Thorpe Double in that last lap, 50.922. Oliver Stone, 51.944. Pretty darn good for this far into the race. 2 minutes to go here in the shifter final, as have a look at Grayson Thorpe Double on your screen, and he looks well on his way to another top step on the podium here today, as he takes a big old hunk of curb as he comes around the final corner here into the start-finish straight. And yeah, that drove his lap time down a tiny bit, but nothing that's going to really make any difference right now, and it's just hold it on the track as best as you can and get yourself across the finish line and get yourself a gold medal at least in the shifter final here, as the gap continues to widen between first and second place. 7.6 seconds between Oliver Stone and Grayson Thorpe Double, but David Shorn 11 seconds back, but really just hasn't been able to make any sort of impact as far as time goes. Robbie Arthur and Daniel Montanaro, as Robbie Arthur actually just overtook Daniel Montanaro, and there's one of the very few overtakes we've had in this particular race, is Robbie Arthur finally able to move himself up into 4th position here, and that is the only overtake we've seen in quite some time here. So 45 seconds left. We will have 2 laps left. Grayson Thorpe Double just went over the start-finish straight. It's into the light bulb section here. He is going to come up, and with 30 seconds to go, I don't think he's going to make the start-finish line. Prior to that, I'm proven to be wrong the way he's been going. But yeah, you know what? He actually might make that line. We may have 2 laps left, but seems to be a fait accompli here, as there is nobody remotely close to him at this point. Is there's just a gigantic gap now, 8.5 seconds, that separates the first and second place here, as Grayson Thorpe Double does make it over the line. So there will be 2 laps left prior to the end of this race, and I'm not sure what happened there, but Oliver Stone lost almost 2 seconds on that final lap, so there had to have been some sort of issue along the way here. Oh, there is 1 lap left. Okay, so we do have 1 lap left. As we have a look at the timing here, it tells me 2 laps, but I see the white flag coming out, and Grayson Thorpe Double, who has been so far ahead, the race official barely had time to get the white flag out before he's got to pick up the checkered flag, because here comes your race leader, and he has been dominant from start to finish. The number 36, Grayson Thorpe Double, wins here the shifter final at the Greg Moore Raceway here. He will be followed by Oliver Stone in the 86 car and David Shorn, who will round out the top 3. It looks like, I'm going to think it's going to be Robbie Arthur who's going to wind up finishing 4th, and Daniel Montanaro winds up in 5th position. So unofficially, Grayson Thorpe Double, Oliver Stone, and David Shorn wind up winning the top 3 positions here of the shifter final.
Oh, sorry.
right, I've got one more race here for you, the final of the Elite Minis, and we have a field that looks like this. Theo Jackson, number 49, is on pole for the final. Tyler Chan in the number 120 is in the number 2 position. Raja Gunn in the number 97 is third. Mariano Canina in the 171 is fourth. Max Green in number 17 cart is fifth. Mick Kwong is number 112. He's in the 6th spot. Martina Caderas in the number 93 spot. 7th. Clark Kakowski is number 51 cart, and they are in 8th. Emerson David Soong is number 29 cart. He is in 9th spot. And Cooper Friesen in the 266 cart is in the number 10 spot. And that is how we're going to wind up finishing the weekend here at Greg Moore, as we just wait for one more lap here as far as the formation goes, and then we'll get set going here with the Cadet Elite Mini Final come up in just a second. All right, we're going to form up here, and Theo Jackson is going to lead us away. We have the 2 sets of carts set to go here, as we'll have a rolling start, get everybody down the start-finish straight, and get to the acceleration point, and away we go as everybody forms up, and we're just about set to go racing here. 10 minutes plus 1 lap left in the racing session for this weekend, so the final race is just about set to get underway, as they will head towards the final couple of corners, and we'll hit the final stretch, and we are just about set to go racing for the final time here at Greg Moore this weekend, and we are underway. Theo Jackson in the 49 car leads them around the start-finish line into turns 1 and 2, followed by Raja Gunn in the 97, Tyler Chan in the 120. As they come around down into the light bulb section, down towards the bottom end of the course here, as they disappear out into the distance here, we will see them come and make themselves back onto the mid-straight here, as that looks like Theo Jackson's been able to hang on here, as he's being pursued there by Raja Gunn. On to the second half of this lap as they come back around the turn to go around the backside, as Theo Jackson, Raja Gunn, Tyler Chen, as they continue to come down towards the last 2 corners of the first lap here of the Cadet Elite Mini Final. Through the start-finish line, Theo Jackson leads by just under 7/100ths of a second from Raja Gunn. Max Green is about 3/10 back of that as well. So as you can see, we're fairly congested here through the first the lap, and as we've seen through most of these finals, most of these racers have a tendency just to hang on here. We have seen a couple of the finals be very, it just really hasn't been a lot of close racing, but the Cadet Elite, the pre-final was actually really well done too. So expect to see that sort of same action here as Jackson continues to lead through the first half of this lap, and now going down that back stretch here. Jackson in the 49. Going to come down through the final 2 corners here and on to the start-finish straight here. Jackson's going to lead away. He's got one of the racers right on top of him there. Raja Gunn looking to make a move. Going to settle in through turns 1 and 2. And we've got contact there. Boy, oh boy, there's some heavy contact there. A couple of the racers there. Hopefully, we've got one that's not moving down there, but one that did move away. So looks like they'll be all right. Have a look there as for course yellows at some point here, but that's down towards the right of us in that turns 3 and 4, it looks like, as Theo Jackson still continues on here. 6/10 or 6/100ths clear of Raja Gunn on that last lap around the track here. But Max Green has also joined the party here as Raja Gunn trying to look for a move, or at least had a move on, but then backed out of it a little bit. And down comes Gunn, and Gunn's just tucked in behind along with Max Green. Just having a look here, there is no yellows out, it looks like, so they're going to continue on here. Tyler Chan, who's now moved up, and moved up a position. So that looks like that's Mick Kwong that wound up, check that. That winds up being Max Green, who was involved. It looks like he's out. So Max Green is the only one who is wound up out of this race here so far. So he was the one involved in the crash into turns 2 and 3. Theo Jackson, who had about a 1/10 of a lead over Raja Gunn, but Raja Gunn's been right on top of Theo Jackson here. Jackson down that back stretches. He's got Gunn and Chan behind them. As good exit there, just having Raja Gunn tuck into him, but Gunn probably looking for a bit of a move here. He's right on top of them. Gunn's able to keep it, and there's still no move on there, and they will keep themselves going through the light bulb section here of the race course, but there's still 6/100ths of a second separating the top two. Tyler Chan, who's 2/10 back in the 120 cart, he's in third place. Other than that, then the midfield of there's Kagina and Kandaris in the 4th and 5th position. So there really hasn't been, there's been some close racing, but for the most part, we haven't seen a lot, at least at the top here, as Tyler Chan starting to get a lot closer, though, on Raja Gunn. As soon as I just say that, as they come down towards the final 2 corners here, as Theo Jackson's been able to perhaps eke out a little bit more of a gap this time around, as he's gotten 2/10 better on that last lap here, as Raja Gunn was basically right on his bumper the entire way over the last 2 laps here. But now it's brought Tyler Chan back into the mix here a little bit as these 3 continue on, perhaps just fighting their own fight at this particular point, as Mariano Kagina in the 171 just trying to perhaps make some inroads here, but still 1.9 seconds back of Tyler Chan. So the real story here through the first half of this final race here at Greg Moore this weekend has been these top 3, Theo Jackson, Raja Gunn, Tyler Chan, all separated so far by about 4/10 of a second. They've gotten a heck of a lot closer this time. Will Gunn have the opportunity? Will they have a look down perhaps the inside of turn 1 as they come across the line here? Where are they going to go? There is no move on as of yet. Are they going to be able to have perhaps a look down the inside? Still not anything really there, but these 3 are all within a 1/10 or 2/10 of each other, and that's been pretty much the status quo here so far. Pretty good, solid, and very, very together racing, but nothing really on as far as moves go yet. Raja Gunn had a look about 3 laps ago or so down the inside of turn 1 and 2, but couldn't get the job done. And Theo Jackson continues on down towards the back straight here. Gunn, who's still, there's Struhl just, and there's a bit of a bump down the inside there as they come around this far side, and Gunn, they're closer again. Can they find some move? But they're still really tucked up really, really well behind Theo Jackson, but there just doesn't seem to be the ability to get or make that move down that inside as Theo Jackson just be able to pick his line fairly well, and just really haven't been anything there for them at this point in time. Says Raja Gunn in the 97 cart, really down that back stretch, has been able to get a heck of a lot closer, and in the spaces, especially the straights on this course, have been able to get at least to the bumper, but have not been able to pull out and get past Theo Jackson as of yet. And there's another, just a little touch on the bumper there of Theo Jackson's cart, But he's going to come off this or into this front stretch here, and they're still, as they were through about the last 4 laps or so, still maintaining that same 1, 2, 3 position. Theo Jackson, Rajagun, Tyler Chan, 1, 2, and 3, separated by almost 0.3 of a second. So this is where the battle will be for the final podium of the weekend here. Theo Jackson just being able to stay out front, really just hasn't been challenged a whole heck of a lot as far as positioning goes. Rajagun really trying to be able to tuck up behind him on a fairly regular basis. And you can see down that down that backstretch at least, he's able to get right onto the bumper, but not being able to get the move done that you are going to need to do to get to the top step of that podium. As for about the 4th lap of the 9 laps here, they've been basically touching bumpers here through the start-finish straight. We are 80 seconds plus 1 lap from the end of this race and this weekend. Let's see if they have a grandstand finish here as Theo Jackson continues to lead, as he has the entire way. Rajagun still showing just under 6/100ths of a second back, but he's right on top of Theo Jackson, like right on top of him. And Tyler Chan now, who's closed that gap of 0.2, down for just a moment here. But this is where Rajagun's had the opportunity, but just hasn't been able to go past Theo Jackson. There's been touches in the last 3 or 4 laps down that back stretch, but just not the ability to pull out and get past here. Is there going to be a move on into turn 1? Here they go. But Theo Jackson still continues to hold the fort down here. With 30 seconds remaining, there is going to be 2 laps left. This one and 1 more here to end off the weekend of racing at Greg Moore. Let's see if Theo Jackson can hold on, as these 3 have now spread out here a little bit, as Jackson's been able to hold the line as he has through this entire race, as he was just over a 10th better than Rajagun, but basically a dead heat once they get across the line here. But if there's going to be a lap that they're going to be able to do something with it to be able to make the move, it's going to have to be soon here, as the 3 leaders, Theo Jackson, Rajagun, Tyler Chan, showing the white flag, and here they come. Down for the final stretch here. Jackson basically in a dead heat, 0.003 of a second. And I believe that's Rajagun who finally gets past on the final lap here, able to make the move here. There's some contact there with Theo Jackson, but they are able to keep it going as Rajagun's able to finally pull out and finally get the move done down the start-finish straight. Now there's more contact there, but they continue to keep going. All 3 of them within exactly about 1/10 of each other here. Gunn trying to hold on. Jackson trying to chase them down. Tyler Chan looking for something, some sort of mistake here. But Rajagun continues down the backstretch. Looks like they're finally going to get this done. Are they going to be able to hold it? Gunn around the final corner, down the start-finish straight. Rajagun wins here at Greg Moore and the Cadet Elite Mini Final. A fantastic race from the 97 kart of Rajagun, who gets the move done on the last lap of the race, taking down the number 49 of Theo Jackson, who winds up taking second. Tyler Chan winds up taking third. Martina Carderas and Marinho Kagina wind up rounding out the top 5. And that is, I believe, that for us here at For the Win Media, and the final broadcast for us, at least for this weekend. And appreciate you absolutely being along with us, and we will sign off on behalf of myself, Ryan Zaitzoff, along with the crew of For the Win Media. Appreciate you looking in this weekend. Take care of yourself, and we'll talk soon.